Mr. Wilson, all that information you sent me yesterday, follow back up. This was not in it. This information was not in that.
Dr. Garcia? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Dr. Garcia?
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Wilson, how you doing? The microphone.
All right, good morning, everyone. The court will please come to order. There's a quorum present. All of our court members except for Dr. Daniel are present, and all legal notices have been posted, and the court is duly called. Is there a motion to close the May term?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion to open the June term?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And our invocator today is a guest of Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Judge, colleagues, members of the audience. It's my
Bailiff, will you please open?
Oh, whoops. Hang on 1 second. I'll get the court open for you. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the June 2023 term. The Honorable Clay Lewis Jenkins presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
And the invocation is going to be given today by Reverend Dr. Neil Thomas. Dr. Thomas, thank you so much for being with us today. The Reverend Dr. Neil G. Thomas is the senior pastor of Cathedral of Hope of Dallas. A congregation of the United Church of Christ was called and elected by the 3,000-member congregation on April 12, 2015, following a year-long search. He began his tenure on June 3, 2015, and as of January of 2023, he is also serving as chair of Faith Forward Dallas, a diverse coalition of Dallas faith leaders dedicated to service, hope, and shared vision of peace and justice for the North Texas community. Dr. Thomas previously served for 13 years as the senior pastor of the Founders Metropolitan Community Church, Los Angeles, the founding church of Metropolitan Community Churches, an international movement of churches reaching in and beyond the gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, queer, questioning, and intersex community. Dr. Thomas has recently co-authored a book with Rabbi Denise Edgar, The 7 Principles for Living Bravely, that explore spiritual habits during the pandemic. Previously, Dr. Thomas is a contributing author of Daring to Speak Love, Name, Penguin Books in 1993, From the Queer to Eternity, Cassell, 1997, The Queer Bible Commentary, SEMS Press, 2006, has written a chapter for a book entitled Jesus Acted Up, Then and Now, and has also been featured in a number of journals relating to queer theology and ministry to the LGBTQ community. Dr. Thomas is a father of an 8-year-old daughter. Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for being with us again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the honor of being able to pray, and as you can tell, my accent is not from East Texas, but from England, so honored to be here.
Different accents make it
Absolutely.
better.
They make us all the better. Shall we pray together? God of many names and names yet to be revealed, as we come to understand your presence among us, we give you thanks for this day and all who gather in this place. We ask that you reveal yourself to us, that your values be present in all decisions made and resolutions offered. We affirm those values of inclusion, hospitality, and extravagant welcome, specifically in this month that celebrates Pride and the contributions of LGBTQ+ people here in Dallas and around the world. We honor their lives and struggles faced, especially on this day, when some of our largest LGBTQ organizations have called for a state of emergency, as legislators continue to propose laws that oppress and marginalize LGBTQ+ peoples, especially our transgender siblings and the art we know as drag. Help us to find ways to include rather than exclude, and to widen the table of welcome and hospitality so that we might know your love and grace in the world. As our Commissioner's Court meets today, bless its work. As it honors the senior source, LifeLine families and others, bless their work and their efforts, even as we acknowledge this day, World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, and the effects that abuse have on so many, including our elders, something we must commit to eradicate from our society. Protect us all, source of love, and encourage us to break down the walls that separate us, that we might build bridges upon which we might step closer toward one another, with an appreciation for our diversity, knowing that we are all created in your divine image, that no one is a mistake, and that our diversity is a strength that makes us all the much better. So may the decisions made today in the Commissioner's Court make real on these commitments. And together we pray in your many names. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
And Commissioner Sommerman has our first resolution.
Before I do the resolutions, I may have 2 points of personal privilege. First of all, I'd like to welcome Quinn Kelly. Quinn, if you would please stand up. Quinn is an intern with our office. She'll only be here over the summer. She is a UNT student. I've gotten to know Quinn because of moot court. As you may know, that's my passion and hers as well. So thank you, Quinn, for being here. My second point of personal privilege deals with the county LGBTQ+ Community Resource Fair. Jason, if you would please do the announcements for us on this real quick.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jason Romaine, Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer for Dallas County. Just wanted to let you all know about on June 28th, it is Pride Month. So on June 28th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., we'll be having right here in the lobby, in the first floor of the building, resource fair with several community organizations to provide legal, healthcare, and several resources for our LGBTQI+ community. And we also wanted to acknowledge a flag that we had printed this month for this Dallas County Pride flag. So it's the Progress Pride flag that acknowledges also the intersection of race and sexuality and gender. So, and thank you to Commissioner Daniel and to Aaron Moore for helping us get in that printed.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. And along those lines is the resolution that I am sponsoring today. Whereas on June 27, 1969, the Stonewall Inn, a bar patronized by members of the lesbian, gay, and bisexual and transgender community, was raided by the New York City Police Department. This raid sparked protest that served as a catalyst for the Pride movement that would change the course of history. And whereas we remember the events of 1969 and commit to work tirelessly to achieve equal justice and protection under the law of LGBTQ+ Americans. Pride has continued as a celebration of community and a reminder of fight for equal rights. And whereas we have been witnesses to the hateful anti-LGBTQ+ bills introduced by the 88th Texas legislature, LGBTQ+ Texans should be protected from harm, not targeted for abuse and harassment. And whereas in Dallas County, we believe that the LGBTQ+ community has the right to feel safe and secure, living their lives without threats or bodily injury. Dallas County is committed to being supportive and welcoming of the LGBTQ+ community and created a full-time LGBTQ+ liaison for the Sheriff's Department. establish an LGBTQ plus liaison task force in the district attorney's office, and ratify a fully inclusive employee non-discriminatory policy. Dallas County is seen as the epicenter of hope in North Texas because of its spirit of inclusiveness. On June 26, 2015, after the Supreme Court issued the decision in Oberfeld versus Hodges ruling, recognizes that all Americans have the right to marriage. People were inspired to travel here to be married in a welcoming environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby celebrate the contributions of the LGBTQ community to our region's economy and culture, and does recognize June as Pride Month in the county. And Susie, if you would, please, and anyone else you'd like to bring with you, come to the podium.
Can you move? Commissioner, can you move it?
Yes, please.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Susie, if you would introduce our folks, and if you would say anything you like.
My name is Susie Hess. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm the president of Stonewall Democrats of Dallas as well. And I've brought with us our membership chair, David Fisher, who is actually taking a quick break from his duties as election judge at the Oak Lawn Library right now. So thank you, David, for making the time here. And I'd like to introduce Jolie.
I'm just here happenstance doing a different presentation, but here just in support of Pride Month as a part of the LGBTQ plus community. So thank you for letting me support you.
Susie, thank you so much. Yeah, would you like to say anything, Susie?
This is a monumental occasion in our county's history, and we are so proud and grateful that you are recognizing the LGBTQ community and acknowledging the disparate impact of what has happened at the Texas state legislature and all across the country. We are so grateful that you are, like, this is something I never thought I'd see in my lifetime, is a flag that embraces everyone across the county. So thank you very much. Thank you to my minister, Reverend Dr. Neil Thomas, for being here and for being an inspiration and a faith forward community as well. Thank you.
Thank you,
You
Susie.
know, Susie, before you go, you know, I just find it still peculiar. And by the way, June 19th, while, you know, with all respect to Ms. Opal Lee and to the president, Juneteenth is an African American Texas holiday.
Yes, sir.
It was 1865 when Texas got 2.5 years of extra labor. But you know what I find peculiar, and I'm watching these flags, there's never a red, black, and green flag anywhere on any of these dioceses in Dallas. When I look, and I tell people all the time, you know, I'm gonna go back to my daddy. He said at 100 yards, I can tell what you are. I can't tell your gender. I cannot tell what language you speak, but I can tell in this country how we identify you. And until I see that kind of inclusion, we have not arrived.
I absolutely understand your comment, Commissioner Price.
Thank you.
And I also partner with the NAACP for any events that they have, and we're very interested in continuing that embrace. The Pride flag now has the black and brown stripes, as well as the transgender community, the pink, white, and blue, that honors and embraces all people, because I believe that together we are so much stronger. We are a community that supports one another. We do struggle together. I use my privilege however I can to assist. Thank you, sir.
But red, black, and green is a liberation flag, and red is blood, black is land, and green is green is land, and red is for the, black is for the people.
And we have here also honorable former Mayor Pro Tem of the city of Dallas, Adam Medrano. Mr. Medrano, thank you for joining us. You want to say anything?
Yeah, I do. Actually do want to say something to Commissioner Price's comments. The city of Dallas is the only city in the country that has adopted a city seal with our logo on it. I'm glad that you guys have a pride flag here now today, but also this month and this year, we will be flying the Juneteenth flag this year. This flag will be coming out, and during that weekend, we're going to fly it up at all city facilities. So that's something that the city of Dallas is doing, so we're proud of that as well. So we worked on that with Susie and all the other folks in the LGBT community, along with Kim Tolbert at the city of Dallas. So we will fly that flag at all our city facilities this month for Juneteenth. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Medrano. And would you like to come for a picture?
Sure, let's do a picture.
Oh, let's get a picture. Come on, Susie.
Susie, come on
Say-
up.
Hope that means that Dallas County, I mean, I know you'll have a hard time finding a red, black, and green flag, being able to put it. Well, damn it, I get that, but I'm just saying, do what?
I'll go half as live by one.
Yeah, right. But my point is, damn it, I got to bring it up. And we say we're about diversity and equity and inclusion, but if I happen to be absent, nothing is said.
Somebody else will bring it up.
Well,
Oh, they will?
We have the flag.
When?
Yes. Any one of us sitting at this table are more than happy to do that.
When? Yeah,
No,
okay.
I mean, we're
Okay,
gonna
come
have
on, come on,
we're
take the
gonna
damn
have the flag, pretty soon, according to Mr. Romaine. So it's the first step, Commissioner. We just have to keep walking forward. Okay, come on, everybody, to the picture, and we're still celebrating.
Okay, I'm up. Quest to get all these things done.
Cheese. Thanks.
Thank you. Good to see you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Oh, by the way, that Jesus, he had
Daryl.
hair like lambwood,
Daryl Martin.
feet like burnt brass. This is a little different.
Needs your name on there.
Oh yeah. Here, correct.
Did
Yeah, I
I have?
understand, but I ain't seen no images.
Well, Commissioner is like everything.
Not even in the brass.
Yes.
All right, our next resolution.
And
oh,
he
oops.
looks totally different.
And our next resolution is from Commissioner Price.
Okay, that's you.
Jonathan E. Maples, L. Thicket, NorthPark delegation. Want to come forward for words? There,
There.
NorthPark delegation.
Yeah, I want to come on. Yeah.
Whereas Douglas Blackman, in his book, I quote, In Slavery by Another Name, argues that slavery did not end in the United States with the Emancipation Proclamation in 1862, but continued, I should say continues, for another 80 years in what we call the age of neo-slavery. And whereas almost 3 years after the Emancipation Proclamation on June 19, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger landed in Galveston, Texas, to announce the end of the Civil War and the freedom of all enslaved people in Texas, resulting in a multitude of freedmen communities throughout the nation and the state of Texas. And whereas the Elm Thicket community is one of the several freedmen communities settled as a freedman's town, composed of formerly enslaved people in the late 1920s, when Love Field was still an air base in North Dallas. And whereas Jonathan E. Maples, a 50-year resident and native son of Elm Thicket NorthPark neighborhood, proudly serves as the president of the neighborhood association who seeks to advocate, protect, and serve the rich historical conditions of the community. And whereas Jonathan E. Maples, in the course of his duties, has led efforts promoting the Juneteenth parade, Hispanic Heritage Month, Christmas in the Park, and Easter extravaganza for the Elm Thicket NorthPark residents. And whereas Jonathan E. Maples is a United States Marine Corps member, third-generation Dallas County Precinct Chair and Election Judge, KB Polk Center for Academically Talented and Gifted Advisory Board member, Love Field Airport Advisory Board member, DISD Racial Equity Board member, Thomas Jefferson High School graduate, co-owner of Lucky 7 Convenience Store at the State Fair of Texas, and the Chief Executive Office of the Maples Foundation. Therefore, be it resolved that Dallas County Commissioners Court respectfully recognizes Jonathan E. Maples for his impassioned and outstanding work as a community activist, an advocate, and a leader focused on building strength within Elm Thicket NorthPark and promoting positive change through the engagement, the mentorship, the advocacy, and committed dedication to serving others. And be it further resolved that Jonathan E. Maples' example of citizenship and a drive for liberation and justice be emulated throughout Dallas County. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to say thank you first and foremost, and Mr. Price, you will be, if you come to Elm Thicket NorthPark anytime, you'll see that red, green, and black flag all over the place in Elm Thicket. It's just what we do. It's important that Black people, freedmen's history is held on to. That's something that we take extreme measures in holding on to in Elm Thicket. However, even though I'm the one being recognized, it is a total group effort. From Kimberly Sims to Kamisha Richardson to Adam Madrano and my sister Lynn, we all work together to make this happen. And as it relates to the 13th annual Juneteenth event that will be taking place on June 17th, it's just another part of what we do. This all started under the leadership of Adam Madrano when he was the council person who we worked with to make sure that we got things in place to make sure that Elm Thicket NorthPark will never, ever be forgotten. And I could talk about that neighborhood for hours, but I won't do that. I'll let Kimberly, Kamisha, or Adam, or my sister, whoever wants to speak. But just know it is a group effort because Elm Thicket NorthPark is just one of the freedmen's neighborhoods north of the Trinity. And please be advised, we are north of the Trinity. All Black history is not south.
It all began north.
Yes, sir.
The migration was south.
Yes, sir.
I'm clear.
I'll be very brief because I think Jonathan said it all. We couldn't do anything that we do without Jonathan's strong leadership. I am a third-generation resident of Elm Thicket, NorthPark. Both sets of grandparents lived a quarter of a mile from each other, and this neighborhood is near and dear to my heart. And so I am proud and honored to serve the neighborhood, serve the neighborhood association, and be able to work with our elected officials to make sure that the neighborhood is not forgotten and that we keep moving forward.
My name is Kamisha Richardson, born and raised in Thicket, NorthPark, and plan on staying there as long as I possibly can. And I just wanted to say that I am also honored to be able to work alongside Jonathan and Kim in helping to preserve our neighborhood. And again, to Kim's point, to make sure that it's not forgotten. That is our mission. And I just want to say thank you to Jonathan for your leadership amongst sometimes contentious atmosphere or environment. You've displayed great leadership despite all of that hostility at certain times. And I just wanted to say thank you, and that the neighborhood definitely appreciates that.
Okay, thank you all for having us here today. And like everyone else has said, I just want to say thank you to my brother for his leadership. And we do have a long, rich family history that still remains in that neighborhood. And I also want to thank Adam Madrano for being able to help us get this going, and the leadership that he provided from the city council as well. So we're just grateful that we're able to be acknowledged today with our community. Thank you.
Thank you. So first off, I want to thank Jonathan for, first and foremost, his friendship. Our family goes way back. His dad, Mr. Maples, and Pancho Madrano were friends, and they fought in the civil rights movement together and worked on voter rights and making sure that people got out to vote. And we met when I got elected and started working on bettering the community as far as bringing a Neighborhood Plus program that brought extra resources to the community to clean it up. We put a $2 million spray park for the neighborhood. We did a whole bunch of other great things for the neighborhood. But one of the things that we did do, and it was not easy, we had a hard fight. We did encounter racism that's still here in Dallas just a few months ago. And you are correct. There was a lot of things that were said about Jonathan and myself and the community we won a big zoning battle to slow down gentrification, which I think that's important. And it was a 15-0 vote at City Council, but it wasn't easy to get there. And it all was because of Mr. Maples and everyone here working together. So I just want to thank you for your hard work and leadership. You never backed down. We weren't going to do that, were we? We're used to fighting, and we're going to continue to do that going forward. So thank you for your leadership, Jonathan, and everybody else that's involved.
Councilman, I also want to thank you as well. I'm aware of your position while you were on the council and in a position to assist. What's interesting is we kind of glaze over this and we talk about Juneteenth. 99% of people don't even know what freedmen towns and why they had to be established, number one. Number two, one of the Julius Rosenwald schools, which is a school that Julius Rosenwald, who was the CEO of Sears, got together with a guy named Booker T. Washington and established 2,300 schools across this country. The one here is in a little place called Joppa. And we're in the process. I met yesterday Mr. Mazan with Habitat as they continue to build that community or rebuild that community. The school was in fact donated back to the community to try to restore. And I know people probably don't even know who Sears is, much less where I'm talking about a freedman's town. But anyway, it was the Walmart. It was the original Walmart. But this guy was the CEO, and he recognized the undereducation of African-American children in this country. And he and Booker T. Washington got together and created these schools. We keep talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. The problem is until we understand fundamentally why freedmen towns had to be created for protection, because there are still the vigilantes, people talking about all this legislation. They didn't wait for legislation. They were just taking black folks out. Africans formerly in the institution of slavery, they were just, the Klan, I know the Birch Society, don't want to say that they were part of it, but they were taking us out. and they could only find protection in freedman towns. And so I agree. And by the way, I'm glad you said that. We started north. White Rock Cemetery is behind the Galleria. That's where black folks began. When you talk about the Tarpley Wynn estate, as they talked about Valley View the other day, that was black folks' land.
That's right. That's right.
All of that. Everything all the way over to Medical City. But nobody's talking about that history. It may be banned if we talk about it too much. But my point is that we are not teaching that history. And so it act like, you know, things started in South Dallas. South Dallas was a Jewish neighborhood. And the bombing, if you read the book, The Accommodation, the bombing when we moved into the area commenced. It was Dallas County and this so-called justice system that covered all of that up. You want to talk about history? We can talk about it.
And that was before the migration of Jewish and Latinos into, you know, the downtown area, right, Commissioner?
Yeah, well, but black folks was downtown. Dr. John Jackson owned everything that's on all behind Earl Cabell Building. Where Earl Cabell Building was Dr. John W. Anderson, and I think we're going to honor Tillotson. I don't see him yet.
Yeah,
He's here. But that was Dr. John W. Anderson, Miss Pearl C. Anderson, husband's property. You know, the first see-through machine. All of this history. But no, nobody wants, we don't talk about it. You know, act as though, you know, we all just got here. Most of downtown Dallas.
Right. It was at one point all, you know, minorities and Jewish. The Jewish community started there too.
Yeah.
Well, but I just want to congratulate you, Reverend. I mean, everybody that has talked about you and has spoke about you say one word. Thank you for your leadership. And that speaks volumes. We couldn't do it without you. And like Commissioner Price says, we need to talk about all these issues. And the only way we're going to change things is by continue to talk about it and be sure that nothing is forgotten.
Absolutely.
And we couldn't do it without you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And the last thing I'll say is the first golf course. Okay, the first golf course.
Hilliard Golf Course.
First community golf
Parker coming soon.
In the South was at.
Commissioner Price is going to be the first one to join the rank.
We took, yeah, I ain't playing no golf. But anyway, the first one in the South was at Thicket. Before Love Field. And I did bring the newspaper on a very important day, April the 24th, 1950. It was a golf course and then somebody was born. But I bought it and I shared it with the young people that it was Love Field, the first one in the South, which was Thicket.
Thicket.
Yes, sir.
Thicket. Yes. And lastly, I want to say thank you again. And if you want to come out and see the true meaning of a Juneteenth celebration, come out to Thicket. June 17th, the parade starts at 10 a.m. sharp. All are welcome. And then there's a festival right after it that'll go until 7 p.m. Everything is free. Barbecue dinners, the music, the entertainment, the live music. Come out and celebrate with Thicket, NorthPark. We will leave a lasting impression on you. We promise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So good to see you.
Wow. Whoa. Moving along. Judge.
I have the next resolution, and it reads as follows. And by the way, if anyone is here for World Refugee Day, please come forward. I'd like to acknowledge 25 years of refugee advocacy and the Volunteer Guide to Refugee Service Agencies in Dallas, Fort Worth, created and maintained by Linda Abramson Evans, member of the United Nations Association USA chapter, Dallas chapter, Dallas Refugee Forum, and Metroplex Refugee Network. If any of you folks are here, please come forward. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas on December 4th, 2000, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted a resolution naming June 20th every year as World Refugee Day, commemorating the strength, courage, and resilience of millions of refugees worldwide. Whereas more than 103 million displaced people have been forced from their homes worldwide, more than any time in recorded history, including over 32.5 million refugees. And whereas refugees are people who have fled their country because of a well-founded fear of persecution, because of their race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. And whereas resettlement provides safe haven in a third country when refugees cannot return home and cannot rebuild their lives in the country where they first fled due to the lack of access to safety, shelter, health care, education, or protection. And whereas resettlement to the United States is available only for the most vulnerable refugees who demonstrate the greatest and most immediate need for protection, and takes place after eligible refugees undergo a rigorous selection, security vetting, and medical screening process. And whereas asylum seekers who meet strict requirements and successfully plead their case in court or grant asylum under U.S. law and receive the same legal protection as refugees, and whereas refugee resettlement in Dallas has enjoyed widespread support for nearly 50 years, welcoming those displaced by conflict or persecution with respect and dignity, whereas Dallas County is home to a diverse population of refugees and immigrants, adding to the economic strength and cultural richness of our community. And whereas Dallas County is a welcoming county that honors and celebrates the unique cultures, stories, and experiences of refugees around the world in commemoration of World Refugee Day, especially those who are beginning a new chapter in their life in North Texas. Now therefore be it resolved that Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize June 20th, 2023 as World Refugee Day, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Go ahead, ma'am, you have.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Mirjana Meragic, and I'm with Mosaic Family Services. I'm here, I guess, to represent Mosaic today and all refugees around the world because I was a refugee and I came to the United States 25 years ago to Dallas. As a refugee, I would like to thank Dallas for being so welcoming city and everyone who, all resettlement agencies who work with refugees and help them become self-sufficient and help them start their new life. I just want to say that there are 26 million refugees in the world today, and 50% of them are children. So only 1% of them get resettled to another countries. I would like to invite everyone to meet refugee families, to talk to them, to hear their stories, and to join us on Saturday at West Dallas Multipurpose Center for the World Refugee Day, for fun music, and you will learn about other agencies and everything. Thank you so much.
And again, I know you wouldn't expect me not to bring it up. In the recent Ukraine refugee.
Yeah, we start having more of them.
But the refugees who look like me were treated totally different than the other refugees. If you will recall, clips in terms of them trying to get on the trains. If you recall, the resettlement, they've had a challenge. And there's a guy named Peter Tosh, and he said, no matter where you come from, they're going to always remember you an African. And Ukraine, for me, brought that home. Those individuals who look like me are having difficulty resettling in other countries.
Yes, with all respect, I believe that we all have the same. When I came, it was very tough for everybody here because it's completely new world for all of us, and we do have, especially Mosaic, we do have diverse. Our staff actually represent demographic of our staff match demographics of our clients. So we do have 32 languages. We do have staff from Africa, from Asia, from Middle East, from Europe. All refugees have case managers who speak their language and are from same background. So at least I speak for Mosaic, that we are very, very big in matching our clients and providing equal treatment to everyone. I do believe that it's tough for, when I came to the United States, regardless of education, regardless if you speak some English or don't speak any English, it's hard. It's a new world. And yeah, I think we're all trying to do as much as we can to help everybody, start and rebuild their lives here.
I just wanted the record to be clear.
Yeah.
Well, and I just want to thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Thank you for representing Mosaic as a supporter, as a donor. I want to thank the people that actually make the difference, because we can talk all we want here. At the end of the day, it comes to three things, in my opinion. First one is resources.
Yes.
Second one is welcoming. And third is being sure that we continue to do what we know is right for most refugees, because America is the land of opportunity. And we couldn't do it without people like Dr. Huang and the Dallas County Health and Human Services, which everybody on this table support the program. We couldn't do it without the North Texas Behavioral Health Authority. I see some of them here today. We're starting to see refugees, like you well say, from all over the world. And Latin America is always, like Commissioner Price make a point, have a big surge in from countries that in the past we haven't seen that amount of refugees for fear of violence, retribution. I can go on and on and on. And the reality is we need to get together. We need to be sure that we continue to fund these programs, to be sure that these refugees continue to educate themselves and be part of the American community and American dream. So thank you to Mosaic, thank you to all of you, thank you, Judge, for bringing this resolution today. And the work continues. It's never been easy, but there's people like you that are up for the challenge. And like you say, everybody has a story. And it's about listening to these stories when you realize what humans bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. I don't see Jeff Tillotson in our audience, so I'm going to pass let's take Dr. Garcia's. If he doesn't make it by the time we get done with those, I'll just ask the court to pass that and get it to him at a later date.
Okay, Judge, thank you so much. And my first resolution is for World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, WEAAD. And I'm going to ask them to come forward. I know Stacy Malcolmson, President and CEO of the Senior Source, is here today. Julie Krasek, Steve Benton, Carl Burba, Caroline Marak, and our own Mark Edwards is here with them this morning. So under the resolution reads as follows. Whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, WEAAD, was observed on June 1st, 2006 by the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse and the World Health Organization and the United Nations. WEAAD mission is to provide the community a better understanding of the abuse and neglect of older community members aged 60 and older by raising awareness of the cultural, social, economic, and demographic processes affecting elder abuse and neglect. And whereas older adults of diverse background contribute to the well-being of this county by working, caregiving, volunteering, and actively preserving customs, rituals, and traditions. And whereas, as we age, we build momentum by accumulating knowledge, experience, insight, and wisdom that can be shared to enrich our community. And whereas in 2022, physical, emotional, and financial abuse affected 9.6% of elderly people for an estimated number of 526,665 cases in Texas. Texas ranks third for elder fraud losses with an estimated amount of $14.3 billion. Elderly fraud is grossly underreported with just a reported number of 22,411 cases. And whereas within the last 3 years in the United States, the cost of elder financial exploitation has grown by over 54%, rising from $177 billion in 2020 to more than $273.5 billion in 2022. And whereas to combat elder abuse, Dallas County designed the Elder Financial Safety Center, a unique first-of-its-kind center to address all aspects of older adult financial security. The Elder Financial Safety Center is made up of 3 entities. First, the Senior Source, second, probate courts, and the District Attorney's Office, all of which ensure financial security of older adults in a comprehensive and systematic manner. And whereas financial safety is the gateway issue to public safety for older adults, it affects housing, health choices, transportation, property crime, fraud, and exploitation. We encourage everyone to be aware and to assist anyone who needs the help to prevent elder fraud. We also encourage anyone who needs assistance or knows an incapacitated older adult in need of guardianship protection to direct them to the Elder Financial Safety Center at the Senior Source, located at 3910 Harry Hines Boulevard, Dallas, Texas 75219. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize June 15, 2023 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Dallas County. We urge all of our communities to take time during this month to recognize, celebrate, and support older adults and the people like you who serve them. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mrs. Stacy?
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Currently, there are 54 million older adults in the country. There are 300,000 here in Dallas County. According to recent data, by 2034, there will be more older adults than there are children in our country. By 2050, the number of adults 80 and over will triple. And while an extended lifespan is great news, it has led to this multi-billion-dollar industry dedicated to financial exploitation of some of our most vulnerable individuals. Half of older adult households have zero retirement savings. 78% of households over 60 experience economic security. So losing what little they have can be devastating. That is why my organization, the Senior Source, has become more vital than ever. In 2014, you heard Commissioner GARCIA say that we established the Elder Financial Safety Center, a first-of-its-kind task force dedicated to providing financial empowerment to older adults, including those suffering from financial exploitation. Contrary to what many think, it isn't always strangers who instigate financial scams on older adults. These crimes can also be perpetrated by trusted caregivers, including family members. Many of the everyday cases received by the Elder Financial Safety Center expose people who prey on single seniors, Post-COVID, we've seen a huge increase in romance scams because isolation and loneliness are at an all-time high. In fact, you may have read that the effects of loneliness and isolation on physical and mental health can be as dangerous as smoking 15 cigarettes a day, according to the Surgeon General. To help stop financial fraud before it happens to you or a loved one, follow the 4 C's. 1, connect. Call your grandmother. That's the most important thing. Call her, make planned phone calls, send video messages, emails, texts. Visit at regular and expected times regardless of distance. 2, convince the older adult loved one in your life that you're their #1 fan. Support and encourage them to reach out with questions or ideas, and you'll answer them and support their wonder without judgment or shame. All of you probably have an older adult loved one in your life who's called and said, is this really an email from my friend who's stuck in London? Is this really a text message that I should be answering? Convince them they need to ask questions. 3rd, confirm that your tech-savvy loved ones are protected online with up-to-date virus software, operating systems, and software program. I'm pleased to report that the Senior Source has started technology training for older adults, and in 2022, 645 seniors took advantage of these classes. If they are more sophisticated and savvy online, the chances of that fraud may be reduced. But of course, all of us are subject to the very sophisticated ones. And finally, contact the Elder Financial Safety Center if you suspect financial abuse. I also wanted to mention that in honor of World Elder Abuse Awareness Day on June 15th, the Senior Source is releasing a new app called Shield Our Seniors, which will assist first responders in the detection of and protection from elder abuse, as well as offer case studies that provide information on elderly crimes and statutes, signs of abuse, questions to ask, and where to make a report. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Edwards.
Judge, Commissioners, I just wanted to say briefly, we have a great partnership with the Senior Source and Stacy and her entire team in working closely to ensure that our older adults, our seasoned citizens, health, wealth, and protection are always our priority. So thank you for the support and regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Dallas County Health and Human Services is proud to work with the Senior Source. And Mr. Edwards, you're an important part in everything that happens here in Dallas County, and we appreciate your leadership.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My last but not least resolution is for LifeLine for Families Incorporated. And we have a representative. I don't know if the other ones were here, Vivian Morris, Melinda Rogers, and Amy Sprinkles.
Just me.
You are even more special today. So the resolution reads as follows. Whereas LifeLine for Families, Inc. is an organization that provides shelter, assistance, apartment rentals, and case management to the homeless families of children actively enrolled in Grandparent Independent School District, as well as keeping the children enrolled in their home school within the Grandparent Independent School District. And whereas in September 2003, Ms. Angela Geiser founded LifeLine for Families after learning about a homeless boy living in an alley at the store in Grand Prairie. At the time, Ms. Geisner contacted a counselor at the Grand Prairie ISD to learn more about his situation. Where she ended up learning was that there were more than 1,000 identified homeless children within the district. And Whereas Ms. Geisner took action to remedy the homeless problem with the Grand Prairie ISD. She gathered many influential individuals like executive directors from local charities, pastors, business professionals, local attorneys, and concerned citizens who saw the need to assist their community members, and LifeLine Shelter for Families was created and born. Whereas LifeLine strives to help these families by providing rental assistance and life skills training so that the children have an uninterrupted educational experience and have assisted an average of 100 to 125 families a year. Evidence shows that the children of LifeLine families have improved attendance, grades, and behavior. And whereas LifeLine's primary fundraiser is its annual Freedom Lunch, which is celebrating its 20th anniversary this year on June the 8th, 2023. The LifeLine's Freedom Lunch has raised more than $1.5 million to save more than 2,000 families from homelessness. To date, LifeLine has sheltered over 7,000 people in apartments, of which over 90% are families led by single mothers. Now therefore be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby congratulates LifeLine for Families, Inc. on their 20th anniversary Freedom Luncheon and commend them for providing housing and services to the Grand Prairie Independent School District students' homeless families in our Grand Prairie community throughout the years. And I so move.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Just thank y'all so much, Dr. Garcia, and judges. I just appreciate y'all so much for recognizing us. Like Dr. Garcia said, we've been in business now for 21 years, and we try to help as many families in the Grand Prairie area who are unstably housed, and any support that we can offer them. And just y'all recognizing us just is such an honor, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here, and I know that we'll be there at the luncheon pretty soon, you know.
Yes, we're gearing up for our big fundraiser, so it's been challenging, but we're working through.
Well, you always do a great job, and I'm sure the fundraising is going to be a success, as it always has been since I have the honor of representing Grand Prairie. So come on forward, and we can take that picture. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Good to see you.
Congratulations. Judge, a point of privilege before we go to presentation. Is Mr. Tillotson here yet? I don't see him. Okay.
Let me just move that.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'll make sure that Mr. Tillotson gets a copy of his resolution.
And on the next court session, we will have one for Donald Bannon. They both exited off the Board of Managers, and Parkland did, in fact, recognize them the other day. And I can make sure that Mr. O'Bannon can make this one, so the next one.
And probably will be good that they're together, Commissioner.
Yeah.
I mean, if Mr. Tillotson couldn't make it today.
That's what I was going to say, but
Sounds
Judge
good.
moved it. So
I think that's
anyway,
a plan.
but a point of personal privilege with regards to Saturday, Marshall De Los Santos is out there in his group, but he and Mr. Tamayo, Road and Bridge District 3, chemical collection, annual trash off day in the unincorporated area, tire collections. We had a tire collection group, even though, sorry to say that Rebecca failed me, but that's all right. She and Charles. I'm gonna put it on her, Charles. But anyway, we didn't get the tire. Well, I'm gonna get ready. The tire remediation legislation didn't make it. Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you told me it did.
We'll get it in 2 years.
Huh?
We'll get it in 2 years.
Oh, well, okay. Now make up your mind.
So
You
it
got
passed or
you
didn't?
can get it.
Ms. Chanel, it passed or not?
It didn't pass.
Okay, well, that means it didn't go.
I got it. I got it. You did a great job, and I was doing that tongue in cheek. You did a great job, and I don't think people realize when we talk about this region, and those of you who've been reading, and both Mr. Martin and Mr. Reed were in a presentation I did last night in Lancaster to the Lancaster City Council, and I want to thank them. But we don't realize how many tires and trash is dumped in this area. I mean, yeah. Oh, but my guys wind up having to pick it up. I
It's
get
a
it.
lot.
And so, as a result, we had tried to get legislation, and as Rebecca said, it passed the House, didn't pass the Senate. But we're going to continue. But Saturday, we had a tire collection unit there, and that was in addition to our dump-offs. And so I just want to say thank you to Marshall De Los Santos, to Mr. Tamayo, Planning and Development, everyone who was there. And Mr. Martin, all of those, I don't know where you got those 10,000 bike riders coming down Belline Road. But anyway, it was a great deal. I
To
appreciate
help,
it.
Commissioner?
Huh?
To help?
Oh no, they were on their bikes.
They were just cruising by.
just cruising by waving.
Oh,
Yeah, the bike rodeo.
the bike rodeo. Okay.
So I just want to thank all of them. That was a real concerted effort. They were out there, and as I had to leave and go to a clinic that my staff was doing over at Singing Hills, that sun about 10 o'clock got awful hot. Ain't no trees out there on Beltline standing. It was hot, and I just want to thank them. So Marshall, thank you and your crew. You even had one of our vendors, our new vendors out there, ambulance service, MetaJet. We needed them out there just in case somebody passed out, because it was hot. But thank you to you and your group, and to Road and Bridge 3 and all the folks who are out there doing part of the the collection. It's a real effort. We filled up all the dumpsters, and they look forward to that. And the effort that you made beyond just staging and production is that you went door to door, English and Spanish, dropping flyers, knocking on doors, and your officers, along with plan development. Great job, and I just wanted to commend you.
And I want to thank you, Commissioner Price, because people don't realize how unincorporated areas are used for dumping. And it's everything. I mean, tires obviously is one of the issues. It's been an issue for many, many years, and that's why we've been in the legislative, mode for many years. And, sadly, we haven't been able to move some of those issues. But it takes people working together, and I really think that these kinds of events, bring pride and energy, and more importantly, bring us together for a better, community. And in unincorporated areas is very important, because sometimes these people feel hopeless. And it's thanks to you, Mr. Tamayo, Commissioner Price, and Road and Bridge 3, that, it says, no, we're not going to take it. We're not going to sit idle. We're going to do something, and our communities are going to be beautiful and clean, just like everybody else. Thank you. And in the agenda is, the expansion of your offices today. Fire Marshal De Los Santos, what a great day to do this.
Yeah, he ain't spend no time in the office. He's out in the field.
I know, but I mean, his staff does. So
I'm gonna support him, Mr. Bazan.
yeah, he's gonna support you, Fire Marshal.
How many tires were there in Tire Mountain the last time it caught fire?
There was over 10,000 there.
Yeah, it was a lot, right?
Yeah.
And how many did you collect?
Segment.
How many did you collect over the weekend, Fire Marshal?
I know at least right now close to 100. I don't know the official count yet.
Okay, all over the area.
From this weekend's cleanup.
Just
for the cleanup.
We got it. I see you,
Wow.
Ms. Nichols. I see you. Ms. Nichols getting a little
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, Ms.
gotcha.
Nichols, out of the question.
Comment.
We're back.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Mr. Mayo. Thank you, RNB3. Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, that's time for presentations, and I'll take a quick moment of personal privilege as well, just to tease something for y'all. Be checking your Dallas Morning News app for later this morning. There's something big that's going to be happening in Southern Dallas that we've been waiting a long time for. I just got word from the corporation that they're announcing that, so I can't announce it, but be watching that morning news app. All right, Dr. Wong, come on forward.
Okay, Judge, now you're gonna make me look at that app.
I know. I'm driving up Josephine's business there. Whoever's writing the story. Has something to do with food. I'll give you a hint.
Oh, now I'm really gonna have to look into it. Food, okay.
All right, you got it?
Okay, good morning. And you're going to advance the slides, I guess? That's okay. All right, well, good morning. Since the last time we met, there's been the expiration of the public health emergency declaration. So that has affected some of the availability of some of the data. Some of the data being reported by the state is no longer coming in. The CDC has modified some of that as a result. If you look at they've replaced their COVID-19 community level chart, looking now specifically COVID-19 hospital admission levels to guide prevention decisions. So that's actually similar to where we were at the very beginning when there was lack of availability of testing and sort of different factors that we said no matter what's going on, at least those hospital admissions, hospital visits and things would be sort of consistent, showing more of the burden of what's going on with COVID. Again, and with all the home testing, all of that, the number of cases that are identified and things aren't as important. But so it is switching to more of this hospital admission levels, and again, that's some of the numbers that we've been reporting anyway. But just to note, CDC has us for Dallas County as low in terms of hospital admission counts. And that's what we've been seeing. The numbers for COVID in particular have remained low. Here's available ICU beds. That's one we don't necessarily want to be low, but not changing. And as for other factors, not COVID, in terms of bed availability. For emergency department visits in the prior 24 hours, again, at some of the lowest levels that we've seen since the start of this. In terms of admissions, again, extremely low levels, as low as anything that we've seen. The inpatient counts remaining quite low, again at record low levels. And fortunately, the deaths are also remaining very low. We have been working with City of Dallas, and they're continuing to try to increase the number of sites that are reporting and collecting wastewater monitoring and surveillance. These are some of the reports that they get, but again, some slight variations depending on the location, but in particular, they're pretty consistent in staying at very low levels regarding this. What's the variants that are circulating, this is from CDC, and it is the XBB 1.5, which has really been the dominant strain for the last couple months about, and so still relatively mild symptoms, but easily transmitted. We continue to offer the vaccine availability of all of our clinics. And, as we get through the summer into the fall, we'll continue to monitor things and hope that people stay up to date on the vaccinations. I do want to just bring up Mpox again and provide an update. If you'll recall, we had our first case with this latest outbreak in early June of last year. Cases peaked in August of 2022. It's in August 4th. It was declared a public health emergency in the U.S. But we've seen consistent declines since August 22 years, but other areas have seen some recent increases, including the United States, Chicago, and then also London. The CDC and we're looking at in anticipation of some events and things, that have potential for large spread similar to last year. Dallas County has been identified as a potential hotspot for another Mpox outbreak this summer. At this point, I reported 800.
Stop.
Yes.
I guess I'm gonna go back to what I've been doing for the last couple of decades about this CDC and Chronicles. If we are identified as a potential hotspot, and we recognize that, what are we doing? What can we do to talk about making an invasion in the potential spread?
And actually, last night I sent our Mpox response plan.
I got it. That's what I'm asking. I made all these notes, but I still, you gave me a lot of history. You gave us all. You gave us a lot of history. You talked about phone bank outreach. You did all of that, but I still, at the end of the day, of course, and I appreciate you. Sometimes this information, these batches, batch 1, batch 2, all of that, that didn't mean anything. At the end of the day, what I was looking for, and we do, the ongoing steps, I get it. But what are we doing if we're recognized as a potential hotspot? What kind of team do we have to talk about? I know back in the day when, do we still have individuals who go out at night, go into certain areas? I know I used to go with directors into certain areas to spread information, etc. And I just didn't see any kind of plan.
Actually, if you look, the outreach events, many of those are in those areas. Now, they're not necessarily at midnight or anything, but they're certainly targeting and working with the community that is at the highest risk. One of the things that we are, noting, again, it's been gay, bisexual, and men who have sex with men that have been particularly affected thus far, but anyone can get Mpox. But we are trying to go out to the priority communities and working with those community partners. I think at the end of that, and actually at the end of this presentation, I do have a list of some of the specific outreach events for Mpox. We were just out at some of the Pride events over the weekend and many more that are scheduled. And we, again, that report that I sent last night shows the various partners for testing, treatment, vaccinations, the outreach, also the media events and campaigns that we're doing, the other communications, and the other implementations. But I do want to show, and here's the numbers. Again, we're at about 878, and you can see the demographics. But one of the things, and I don't know if we talk about this enough, but this is a public health success story thus far. If you recall where we were back a year ago, and the concern as we were seeing these exponential increases in these numbers of Mpox cases internationally, nationally, and locally, and this is our curve that we see, through the working with the community partners, the education on how it's prevented, how it's spread, the dissemination of and providing of the vaccine and the treatment. This is a public health story that I don't know if it gets as much perhaps attention as it should, but compared to where it could have gone, this is what we want to see in an epidemic.
And I agree, and that's what you're there for. I get that, whether it was COVID, Mpox, My problem still with this, the end here, if there are targeted hotspots, I'm not able to glean from this.
Let me, okay.
I saw you zip, I think I
know
saw
we
your
have
zip
the
code.
COVID, some of the vaccination outreach that we're doing here. That's the COVID vaccination clinics that are in this. And then specifically, some of the MPOX community vaccination clinics and other
Page 4, I got it.
partners. So we're at these resource center in Nelson Thibodeau. We were at the Pride music event over the weekend. We were at Refugee Park at the Ride for Pride event. We are actually working with the Daddyland Festival organizers. They're going to be sending.
Okay, see, I didn't see that here.
Oh, that's on the plan. It's on the plan that I sent.
Bottom of the page.
Yeah, but where is that? See,
That's at the communications with event organizers. So we've partnered with Dallas Pride to send out an email blast to its attendees and share our social media posts about educational MPOX content, as well as availability of vaccinations at the event. And we are partnering with the Daddyland organizers, sending out an email blast with vaccination resources to the attendees and links to information. So that's been a connection in particular for that event that we are partnering with them, because that was last year one of probably the events that accounted for a lot of it.
I get all of that. I still don't know where that event is.
He's asking for the physical location
I'm
of
trying
the
to figure out,
hotels.
and if you are somehow swatting.
Oh, you mean the location where we're gonna? Yeah, I know whatever hotel that event is. They're allowing us to offer vaccinations at that site. Again, here are some of the. I don't think they put in the specific location on this, but it is noted.
But you know where it is.
Pardon?
But you know where it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you've got and I don't like the word SWAT team. You got a team.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to target.
Right. They've already been at these events, and they're going to be at Daddyland. And there are more that are getting on the list as we speak. I know Marissa mentioned over the weekend they identified some additional sites from some of the contacts that were identified. So, and if anyone knows any others, we've been working with your offices throughout, so we're happy to have.
No, I'm depending on you for the surveillance, and then that's because you bought this event up last year at the kind of the outset, and I was looking for it, and I just don't know where it is. Not that I need to know, long as you know, and you've got a surveillance team.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And we're working also with the state partners, CDC partners on some of this. So.
Well, and I want to thank you for the great work on MPOX. It is a tremendous story, and it's just the nature of government that when things go well, it's not as widely known, by the general public. But things did go well, and it's because of you and your great team and getting out there, and also, Prism Health and all of our partners that really helped. Resource Center, I shouldn't have said anybody because I'll leave some out, but many partners that helped in those early days when we didn't have enough vaccine, but to get that to the people who are most at risk. And now we have ample vaccine, and we can get that MPOX vaccine to anyone who wants it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Bounding Prosperity, Community Health Empowerment, others.
You got some, yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Juan.
Thank you very much.
Judge, is with great sorrow. I just got the information that Jesse Tafala Jr. died this morning at 7:30.
Great service for Dallas County.
Yes, his service, his friendship, and his leadership in Dallas, the LGBTQ and historic preservation and the arts. He was one of the best volunteers that I ever had the opportunity to work with. He will be missed.
I don't have anything on COVID, so I think our next resolution, and Jeff Tillotson was stuck in court, and he's going to try to make it over. We'll do his resolution during a break of these, but our next 4 presentations are from Commissioner Price.
Judge, with regards to this court, last court, all courts have been the beneficiary of continuing to document history on the Monkey Mugs Chronicles, and this morning I want to, the judicial performance, I'm going to skip that one today with regards to judicial performance at Frank Crowley Courts. The courts are performing, and they are definitely the issue, of course, now is the whole technology piece, and so it's very difficult to talk about the courts when I can't deal with the whole technology piece of what they're having to deal with, and so it's unfair to, you know, as Dr. King said, to cut off people's legs and then tell them they need to run. So I'm not, they get a break as well this week. Under the diversion, equity, inclusion piece, the DEI diary continues, and this was adopted from that article that appeared in the New York Times a few weeks ago. And it was primarily because, and what we do in this country is that we minimize everything. We turn everything into, can you feel good about it? Uber has put Bo Young Lee, its head of diversity, equity, and inclusion, also referred to as DEI, on leave in recent days after employees expressed outrage over a series of events she moderated entitled, quote, "Don't Call Me Karen," according to the report from the New York Times. The Times stated that the company's CEO and chief people officer told several employees that Lee had been placed on leave in an email last week. Employees had expressed outrage over Lee's "Don't Call Me Karen" event, which the company described as conversations diving into the spectrum of American white women's experience. The event focused specifically on women deemed as Karen. As they are better known, Karen are white women who call the police on black people at the public park. Black people are eating a sandwich. Black people are exercising rights that Karens believe are meant for whites only. But Uber employees say they felt they were being lectured about what the term Karen was, and that it was derogatory and really about the struggles of white women. When they raised their concerns to Lee, who had been Uber's head of diversity since 2018, she reportedly dismissed them. Lee moderated two Don't Call Me Karen events at Uber in April and May. After the first event, the Times found that a black woman employee at Uber asked how the company would prevent tone-deaf, offensive, and triggering conversation from being part of its diversity efforts. Lee said to have responded to that by moving forward. That was her comment. That series was meant to promote tough conversation, was not meant to be comfortable. While we realize that DEI is essential, it is significant to understand that the position deserves more than a passing glance. DEI is not about creating feel-good moments. DEI cannot be limited to hailing Black History Month, Asian Pacific Islanders Month, or women who deserve to be recognized. DEI cannot become a curator of kumbaya moments. DEI is being assailed in every red state in America. As a result, Texas will lose quality scientists, engineers, and artisans for a year to come. Dallas County can only afford a position, a department, or a mission statement that is functional and capable. Uber was at least honest enough to admit that it made a mistake. Dallas County commissioners, What say you? With regards to the Dallas County Juvenile Justice Department Operations and Board Representation, that's a little misleading, but from now on, it'll just be the numbers with regards to it. They continue to dwindle, and I said to Judge Cruzo the other day, that department has now, the district attorney's office, has filed some 80% less petitions with regards to juvenile. Therefore, it's given the department the opportunity to manage the population. And the numbers now are equivalent and even less than our peer counties of both Bear, Travis, and Tarrant. Okay.
And what
And
say
that, beg your pardon?
Continue to
And
walk.
we continued. But the key was petitions. Anyway, Commissioners Court Administration, Howard forward update on Dallas Real-Time Rapid Rehousing Initiative. It's a presentation that's to come forward. And Ms. Jolie is here.
Good morning,
Morning.
Commissioners. Thank you for another opportunity to share a little bit about the work happening in our space. Excuse my voice. I am dealing with all of the allergies and sickness that is going around. Dallas Real Time has been underway for a little more, almost 2 years now, and we're continuing to see some trailblazing and record impact, not only on being able to house some of our most vulnerable populations, but also the system as a whole working more collaboratively together. You should have had in your packet, I'm sorry, you all have?
Yes.
You should have in your packet the presentation, but also a one-pager about the point-in-time count and the information that summarizes that, that data. I think they're getting my presentation ready. You have the packet?
We got that. And the only thing I was, again, wasn't able to glean from that, you talk about individuals as opposed to, I wasn't able to glean, and maybe you'll get to it, about how many encampments there were and what has been
Decommissioned, the encampments, yes, I'll get to that as
Okay.
well. And talk a little bit about the process that we follow.
Okay. And while we're waiting, you want to define chronic?
Yes, chronic is individuals that have experienced homelessness for a year or plus, and or have fallen into homelessness time after time, 1, 2, 3 times in a span.
I know you're trying to get it all queued. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did have a question while you're waiting on the decommissioning, because we had a, discussion with the highway department when the legislature passed a deal to move the homeless people off of the highways and into neighborhoods, pushing back on that. So as we decommission these encampments, what percentage, if you know, are not being placed in some better and known place that you're working on? In other words, they're going into the neighborhoods now and having to find a new place to camp.
Great question. We're seeing actually amazing numbers when we're following our decommissioning process. So when I get to that slide, and I can do it now, honestly, when we as a homeless response system are working on decommissioning an encampment, that's 4, 6, 8 weeks with a focus on rehousing. The city of Dallas and other cities that are across Dallas and Collin County may still have encampment clearings, cleanings, whatever their title is that they call it as a city response. in which the priority and the focus may not be rehousing, but they've been told perhaps by TxDOT or any other agency, even if it's on private property, that individuals have to move. And so there's two different processes that may be happening in different encampments. Our process, again, is that 4 to 6 to 8 week process. We come out with street outreach. Parkland Homes Van is out. We ensure people get their critical documents during that time, and the priority and focus there is to get individuals rehoused. And we're seeing the vast majority, like 98% of individuals that are in those encampments were able to get housed within that time span that we're out there. Some of the challenges, which I also want to bring up to everyone here, because I know the different spaces that you all are in, are, in Texas, the source of income discrimination. Landlords do not have to take a voucher. They do not have to take a rental subsidy. That continues to be a challenge for us. And people with criminal records, whether that's 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down the road, when we are getting individuals housed, the lease is under their own name, and a criminal background is sometimes one of the hurdles that we're having to overcome in getting an individual housed.
How important is transitional housing on this?
Transitional housing, I call it, is a buffet of offerings. So some people and some direct service providers still have transitional housing. But for us in the homeless response system, really, we are seeking permanent solutions to people's homelessness. And so we really focus on permanent housing. I don't think my clicker is working. Oh, is it working now?
You actually have to point this way.
This way. Hello. That makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, thank you. So I talked a little bit about just the immense transformation that has happened within our system over these years, as you see in that packet and on this slide, specifically the community goals that we have overarching, the effective end of veteran homelessness, I'll get into that as well, the significant reduction of chronic unsheltered homelessness, and then the significant reduction of family and youth homelessness. I was happy to hear a little bit about LifeLine and Grand Prairie just earlier while here, because I'm going to be reaching out. It really is an opportunity when we're in these different spaces to hear about organizations doing tremendous work. Now I'm like, I need to reach out to them so that they can become a part of our coalition, and we can continue to support them in the work that they're doing in Grand Prairie. The transformation that we've seen with our system, I'm not going to read everything to you all. You all have the packet, but we've really dug deep into some of those different areas that you see in front of you, and then those current major initiatives, real-time rehousing, our encampment decommissioning, and then ending veteran homelessness. We're working right now with our veteran work group. The gentleman that you connected me with previously, we did make a connection in the veteran space as well.
And so the record be clear, she's talking about our director, Mr. Henderson.
When you say to date we have housed 2,052 neighbors, are they coming from all over Dallas? I mean, you are talking about exactly, people coming from?
Our system covers Dallas and Collin County, so that's the number for the whole totality, not just City of Dallas, not just Dallas County, but Dallas and Collin County.
Okay, and
So what is that distribution? Does it come from the whole two-county area, or is there a concentration?
It comes from our focus is the whole two-county. The pit count, the point in time, you hear me say pit count, the pit count data, you'll see even in these last numbers, we do have a larger number of individuals that are City of Dallas, Dallas County. We have about 4,000 individuals in that city and county, versus in Collin County, we only have 200 to 400 individuals experiencing homelessness that have been counted in that county.
Well, I think I'm confused because everything seems to be tied together, right? I mean, you mentioned your partners that are right here in Dallas, and then you say the overall homeless reduction is 4%, 4% on both counties, 4% from the encampments. I mean, you mentioned that you all took care of a lot of people that, are in encampments, and you take them out. I mean, I wish I could, I think my question is, separate them a little bit more targeted, because that way I can understand, well, I mean, they're doing a great job, let's say, Harry Hines, which, that community, those neighborhoods have always complained about the encampments over the bridges. We all see them. There's some hot spots in the southern sector as well. Now, if you tell me, well, we were over there in I-35 and Beckley, I will have a better idea of where it's coming rather than a very general. And I know that you have to be general today, but if you can send us a little bit more detailed information to help me grasp a little bit more of how you do it and how long, because I know the numbers, the end numbers look great. What you're about to tell us is great news. I just can't grasp it where all these services are coming.
Understand. Really, really great point and question. For the encampment work specifically, I'm going to pass this. We all see the total have been housed, 2,052 from that date. As of today, when I checked our community dashboard, and our Dallas real-time dashboard is open on our website for anyone, housingforwardntx.org, so that you can hold us accountable as an agency. You'll be able to see that community dashboard. So as of today, when I looked at that number, we've housed 2,150 people through this effort. And if you all remember, it was a vote from the commissioners and with the city of Dallas together for that $72 million Dallas real-time investment that included the $62 million from our county and city agencies, but also, the private fundraise dollars that have allowed us to increase that flex fund. We talk about some of the minor to us, but major to many of our unhoused neighbors, things that are preventing them from getting housed. Rental arrears. We're seeing people that we need to pay their rental arrears, or utilities that have been unpaid. And those private dollars that we've raised have allowed us to do that, to get rid of those minor things that are preventing people from being housed. When we talk about the encampments, and I'll go into location and a little bit of how we select locations. Again, two different processes. The city of Dallas, they choose their encampment clearings based on whatever rubric and matrix they have. I don't have insight into that. For our system, when we're going and we're using and leveraging all of these partners to close those 12 encampments and house those 180 neighbors, the process that we use is a more equitable process. So we may use data that the city of Dallas has around 311. We may talk to city council members. We have street outreach workers that also know where many of the encampments are because they've been working with it over years. And then what we do is not just focus on the areas that have the loudest squeaky wheel, right? Because then we know there's going to be a disparate impact. We're probably going to be in more affluent communities that use 311 more. So we do not do that process. When we really talk about equity, we look at not only where we've been. We've done an encampment. I'm going to use Forest in 75, for example. We cleared an encampment in that area, and then the next encampment that we're going to focus on and we're going to plan out will be in South Dallas, and it may be Jeffrey Myers in South Dallas, that intersection, right? It wasn't a bunch of 311 calls that told us we need to go there, but it was an understanding from our street outreach workers and others about what we're seeing in community, and so that's one of the ways that we select those encampment sites moving forward, working with those partners, seeing what they've seen on the ground, but also leveraging some of that 311 data.
And I want to applaud you for that, because people still don't understand in the whole sophistication of even complaining, and in fact, a lot in our community, they may complain to an elected official, ain't picking up no 311, and so of course then we've got to call code, and code will have, some of that tracking, but we don't complain as much. We do not, and so I applaud you for understanding that and having that kind of vision about certain communities. I still kind of looking, and I guess I was looking for it more by zip code.
Okay.
I'm back to those encampments again, and the zip codes, because I write. You just talked about Jeffries, and I've watched, but I know also what's going on in that community now, in that district, with regards to that relocation and the development. No sooner than it was the encampment in that area, all of a sudden, housing started going up. Not housing that those individuals could be in, but permanent housing for community. And it's interesting as I continue to watch them, and I know the city of Dallas just passed their housing plan. So I'm trying to keep up with all of this as part of DAC, Housing Acquisition Corporation. So I know kind of what's going on. But you are an imperative in how this continues to move forward. And I just appreciate your discernment in being able to try to manage your resources and your energies.
Thank you. It can be some heated conversations about where we're prioritizing and who we're prioritizing and ensuring we're doing it in an equitable way, regardless of who is kind of beating the drum and telling us to go here, there, or everywhere.
I'd like to say commending on what is done, but how we do business makes a huge difference. And that's, I think, one of the distinctions that's being made here.
Absolutely. We walk the equity, right, that we say we're doing. In the last point in time count, just by the data, by the numbers, we saw a 4% reduction in overall homelessness. This really is the lowest point in time count that we've seen in the past 5 years. Last year, if you remember or not, there were 4,410 individuals experiencing homelessness across Dallas and Collin County. And this year we have 4,244 individuals experiencing homelessness that the point in time count counted. We ask for volunteers every year, and so we just ask anyone under the sound of my voice, if you are interested in being a part of the work that we're doing to ensure that our unhoused neighbors are served in an equitable way, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. We've seen a 14% reduction in unsheltered homelessness, and the Dallas real-time investment really allowed us to focus on that unsheltered homelessness. That is the encampment decommissioning work that we've been digging deeply into. We've seen a slight increase in our sheltered homelessness numbers, but that is because a lot of our shelters have come back online at full capacity. Not that COVID is over, as we just saw Dr. Wong talk about, but as many of the COVID restrictions are no longer in place. So the work continues for us to ensure that we are focusing on our youth, because we've seen a slight uptick in those numbers. I just, to hear the number that was provided by LifeLine earlier and the youth that they're helping to serve, we know that that is a growing need. Continue to focus on our veterans and then individuals with families. Yes, ma'am.
Having been involved in the PIT count for a number of years now, are the same number of volunteers available to participate in that? Because that's part of how you're able to get out and permeate the whole area in order to count where people are.
Yes, we've seen a tremendous number of volunteers that have been out, but one way we supplement that, Commissioner Daniel, is by our street outreach workers. So you'll see me at the end talk a little bit about how we have an ongoing need for additional street outreach workers, because in the areas where we won't send a volunteer or a lay person who hasn't engaged our unhoused population, we really try to send our street outreach workers into those so that we know that we're covering all of the gaps that we may have. Thank you. This image is a bit hard to see on your screen, but you should have it in your packet. That's easier. We also understand that the Black population is overrepresented in just about all of the failed systems in our world. But especially in our unhoused population, you'll continue to see that Black people are overrepresented, disproportionately represented. They only represent about 20% of the population across Dallas and Collin County. But as you see in those numbers, they represent about 59% of the population of people experiencing homelessness.
And the second circle is the 34.8% in the first circle, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But we did want to be sure, I know Dr. Garcia wants us to be sure that we're highlighting as well how we're engaging our Hispanic and Latino populations, and so we wanted to be sure to break those two graphs out. And again, for the point in time count, it's all self-reported, and so an individual does have to self-report for those various populations, but we wanted to call it out specifically as we focus on racial equity within our system. I call it a twofold, not only racial equity by our system, but racial equity within our system. We continue to keep these at the forefront.
But what we find also, unfortunately, in the in the penal system from a mental health position, that your numbers are basically almost reflecting what we're doing with regards to individuals that we're taking into custody from a mental health flag position. They're not too dissimilar. And so I want to, while we talk about overrepresentation in every failed system, a lot of it is still about services and about people getting access to services. And a lot of that population, which is primarily African American males,
Yes.
are reflected pretty much in the same area.
Absolutely. In that vein, I've engaged, there's a Black Male Alliance I've engaged. I've tried to get a lot more workers and volunteers to help us so that we are interacting a lot more with our population of Black African American men specifically. We've engaged our criminal justice system as well to ensure that, there's not a pipeline into homelessness, but that individuals, at the end of their sentence, that they're focused on housing and wraparound services. Unfortunately, a personal note, our unhoused system, our homeless response system becomes the catch-all for all other failed systems. And so, one of the powerful things that we have to do is continue to build those coalitions and partnerships. I wanted to talk about some of the funding that we've seen press releases about that have come into our system. The $1.25 million for families, the $22.8 over the span of 3 years. That's not a yearly amount. And then the $22 million through our annual funding that we've seen, which was a 20% increase. Our system measures, you'll see there, we focus on, and we have to report to HUD these three kind of data points. Is it the focus on making the experience of homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring? And so through our year-over-year trends, as you all know, our point-in-time count really is helpful for us to understand trends and kind of see the health of our system overall. We've seen an 18% increase in housing placements year over year. We have about 95 days of people experiencing homelessness on average, and our goal is to continue to reduce that number. And then 92% of neighbors do not return to homelessness, which is important. On average, the national average is about 80 to 85%. And so for us, we're doing well as a community. That means we're getting the people with the right resources, the right wraparound services that they need to maintain their housing. I would be remiss if I was not on this mic and talked about the ongoing affordable housing crisis and challenge that we are feeling the impact of in our system as well. To get individuals housed, we have to have housing. To get individuals housed, to maintain their housing, we have to have housing options and opportunities that are across our Dallas and Collin County footprint. We have a landlord engagement team that the Dallas Real-Time Funding allowed us to stand up, and they every day are engaging landlords. I had a presentation with the Apartment Association as well, so that we can engage them in a larger way, so that we can get more units online into our system.
Well, let me ask you, is there apprehension primarily because of the individual's state? Because, Dr. Warren, we got a piece on this morning that I'm going to circle back on with vouchers as to whether or not we have sufficient inspectors. My office gets a lot of calls. They want to know, first of all, how we are inspecting, number one. That we get a call that they go out and inspect. They're not comfortable. They want to send a second inspector. Is that one of their concerns?
Yes, clients, tenants, that's one of their concerns, a possible population that would be housed there. Also with this, in this competitive market, they can go out into the free market, if you will, and charge whatever rent they would love to for a Class C and D property. But when you are taking a tenant that has a voucher or a rental subsidy, it's really based on kind of HUD standards, and you can't go above that or it won't be paid. And so there's some of those challenges. We've been holding focus groups and info sessions with landlords to really continue to get their input and what we need to do. But we have, you know, some landlord incentives that could mitigate those. Like, is it a risk that you're concerned about? We have an additional risk fee that could be paid. Is it a double deposit to get landlords to say yes? That's the work happening.
And let's just be, you know, and I don't expect you to say it from your position, and I voted against it. It wasn't this court. But when HUD brought those regulations down, that landlords can charge differently in the northern part of the community versus the southern part of the community, it has made a difference in terms of being able to access for vouchers.
We're seeing the difficulty. Because of all of the funding that you heard me talk about, because of the work that we've been doing, we're going to be able to expand. I know, you know, we've heard us report out on the 2,700 number by the end of 2023, but because of the additional funding coming into our system and not only the capacity that it's allowed us to add, but the flex funding, the diversion, meaning people aren't even gonna hit the system, but we're able to divert them out. We've expanded our overall goal to 6,000 individuals housed by 2025. So we're looking forward to really digging deeper and utilizing that new funding to enhance our diversion efforts, to enhance and grow our rapid rehousing efforts, and then to lean into our permanent supportive housing efforts, which is why we in our system with bated breath are waiting on and looking forward to and celebrating the county and the city projects that are coming online that are going to help increase our permanent supportive housing unit stock, which is going to help us overall be able to reach that 6,000 individuals house goal. Two things I want to highlight for you all here is the system gaps that we have ongoing. We would be able to move faster with encampment decommissioning. We'd be able to spread out across our whole footprint if we did have an increase in that coordinated outreach and encampment decommissioning. That means staff, that means people, that means dollars. They've done a tremendous job. We have street outreach workers that are working daily to get individuals housed. So we talk about streamlining the pathway into getting individuals housed and expanding those housing options that you see there on the slide. And we've been really leaning into that. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, go ahead.
So let me ask you though, Commissioner Price and I were talking about this, and you know, I think it's a terrible disservice to the people of North Texas that the legislature passed this law that they'll just push people out from under the highway into the neighborhood so their highway looks like it doesn't have any people there. That's bad for the people who were camping there, who had that overpass to protect them, who had more opportunities to raise money for themselves, and push them into neighborhoods and shopping centers and, you know, areas with little schools and whatnot. That helps no one. So do you have the capacity, or what would it take for you to get the capacity so that when TxDOT and cities are pushing people out from highways and into neighborhoods, instead of pushing them into the neighborhoods, we could get them housed?
I love that question. Thank you. 16 to 20 full-time employees, street outreach workers, that's full salary. So of course, in our equity space, we're trying to be sure everyone in our system is paid at least $55,000 for a livable wage here. And so that's thinking about $55,000 as a minimum for 16 to 20 full-time street outreach workers.
And if you had that, you could work on all of these encampments so that instead of people being pushed into neighborhoods, they would get some form of housing?
Absolutely. So two things. Once we have that, right, so that's engaging street outreach workers to go out. The other part of where it could bottleneck is if we don't have units available, affordable, safe, stable units to be able to put individuals in, that could potentially be the other part of the bottleneck. So again, as we're talking about permanent supportive housing units that are coming online, wherever the development is, whether it's the tiny home village or hospital or hotel complexes, whatever the case is, we're really looking forward to, we have a good system that allows not only people to be engaged on the front end, but then they have housing waiting for them on the back end.
Because you brought up that tiny home village, is the city, I know where one's located, is that just kind of piloting? Because from a zoning standpoint, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. I saw that, it sounds great, but.
But yes, exactly. I call it a buffet of offerings again. Tiny home villages will serve some populations. The city of Austin had to do it outside of the city itself because of zoning. I think even for Dallas County, when we look at some of the areas that are outside of an incorporated city, that the zoning won't be a hindrance to have that, but it's not a catch-all.
But the infrastructure will.
Exactly.
But on the other hand, the city is looking at, developing different areas. As a matter of fact, there's one in our agenda today, where you have all the partners that you're talking about. I mean, I see NITBA here, where all different organizations, Catholic Charities, a lot of your partners have housing. And I imagine that they're opening some of that housing for you. Right? Because, I mean, when we look at the three basic issues that you are mentioning here in our briefing, it takes rapid rehousing, prevention and management.
Absolutely.
But I thought that was permanent housing.
Well, I think, like she said, she's going to have different options.
I would say at this point in time, Dallas County is involved in at least 15 different projects. They are all sizes, they are all types, in order to address many of the things that you, Ms. Julie, are talking about right now, which is that it isn't just a single guy who's out there, but there are families, there are women, there are juveniles, and the variety of people have different needs, and also to look at the dispersion rather than collecting and trying to go away from those locus of poverty, to do what we can on the number of different levels, and working with the whole host of partners also, because it is not only having a building to throw somebody into, but it's the support service, it's the transportation, it's the childcare, it's the variety it's the system of services and needs that make a person better able to be successful in re-entry into and allow their skills and talents back into our communities.
Absolutely.
But I missed something. Mr. Bazan, with our menu of housing, does it in fact meet the criteria? It's a different menu, primarily.
The supermajority is a different menu.
Yeah.
Although you do directly hit on it. For example, you have an agenda item today that
Right.
is permanent
That's
supported
what-
housing for
yeah.
over 100 units.
Right.
Too. So, I mean, you touch both, but I think what you're referencing is a different menu.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, and we have to have a different menu. I mean, for Dallas County, for our goal of 2,000 units in 2 years, our menu is going to be helping, but definitely our goal is, to be sure that it's affordable housing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, in total, those 15 projects are about 1,200 units, which, understanding that's not enough, that is most definitely moving in the right direction, though.
Absolutely. I am grateful for all of our partners and for the ongoing development. The need, unfortunately, far outweighs what's currently in the pipeline. And so, we just continue to advocate for the ongoing support and building of deeply affordable housing, because it's not just for individuals in our system that I'm concerned about. It's people on fixed income, Social Security, disability, so on and so forth, that their income will never grow. They will never be upskilled enough to move into these $500,000 homes, but they really need to have deeply, deeply affordable housing that's permanent, and that's for them to be in any, have an opportunity to live in any part of the county or the city that they so desire.
And to avoid homelessness.
Absolutely.
Prevention is the key.
Prevention is key.
Do you have an idea of how many units are needed more than we have now. Now, I realize that this is a moving target because as populations increase, then, the number increases, and this is not a static number. I get that, okay? But could you give me an estimate of how many more units we need than we have online or coming online?
Oh, I don't have that. We have online or are coming online. I don't have that estimate. I do not have that estimate. We've been trying to gather from the county and the city and all the different municipalities what's coming online.
Yeah.
We don't have that full picture for us as a system.
I've seen numbers like 10,000.
Yeah.
But it's grasping at, due to the growth in the area, changes in economic situations. I mean, it's just a variety of factors.
Absolutely.
But that's the number that I've heard just
floating out there. And then lastly, just to talk a little bit about the framework to end youth homelessness. We continue to want to highlight, we see a kind of growing number of youth experiencing homelessness. And this is not necessarily youth attached to families. These are just youth by themselves within our system is how it's counted due to HUD standards.
Aging out.
They're aging out of foster care. They might have been kicked out of their homes because they identify as LGBTQ+. And so for us and for our direct service providers, we've talked about this shared vision for addressing youth homelessness. They're leaving the juvenile justice system with no other opportunities kind of waiting for them. And for us, when we think about youth, it's all the way up to 24. So that 18 to 24-year-old as well that's still struggling to find safe, stable housing or get the wraparound services that they need. We've talked about this centralized processing unit. The family space has something similar where there's like a one-stop shop and then we can divert you to the appropriate place. But we really, as a system, are focused on building this youth resource center that could be the centralized processing unit and arm of our system to really triage youth and get them prioritized and connected to the appropriate housing and resources for what their needs are. And so we wanted to be sure to lift that up to the county today as we continue to grow that effort on an ongoing basis. Maybe tomorrow I'll figure out the clicker. And then and then I just wanted to provide a preview for everyone about what's next in our system. As you can see, we're working very closely with our federal partners for the declaration for the effective end of homelessness. We're doing all of the data checks and double checks so that we can make that official declaration. Our family space, we're expanding our diversion efforts really to shorten the time that families may end up unhoused and really get them out. We know that there's a better investment for individuals to be diverted, families to be diverted. We talk to Ellen from Family Gateway often about the cost of efficiency, the $12,000 for someone, a family, if they enter the shelter versus $1,200 to get someone diverted from the shelter. So really digging into the investments for that. And then you heard me talk about youth. We want to be sure that we're identifying all youth. Youth are one of those populations that are extremely creative and can be some of our hidden, unhoused numbers. They may be doubling up, they may be couch surfing, so on and so forth. So continuing to be sure that we're getting a good handle on that number and then building a system that doesn't have ongoing gaps that can serve our youth experiencing homelessness.
Are you able to discern those populations? I'm still back to that 15 to 20, 55,000, calculated by $11 million for that engagement. You said, of course, that's primarily on the de-encampment. Do you see that as realistic?
Which, I'm sorry,
the 15 to 20 individual outreach in terms of.
I see it as realistic. It's aspirational. It really is a need that we have. When we're talking to Collin County cities as well, we ask them about, having street outreach workers as we see an ongoing growing population in Collin County. It is one of those things that if we had a great way to identify all of the people experiencing homelessness, but that also comes with having the appropriate number of street outreach workers, that would be ideal to have 16 to 20 additional staff added to our system.
Well, no, I get that.
Yeah.
But as I said, you can say it's aspirational, but it's $11 million aspirational, and I guess, is it anywhere in the near future plans?
It's in our plan and it's in our wish list when we're going and talking to municipalities. That's all I have. Thank you all so much for the opportunity again.
Very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're not
And
done
thank you.
yet.
No, not done yet, right?
All right, our next presentation, accessibility focused improvements on the county website.
Court members, this presentation is a very, very brief demonstration of two improvements to the county website. It's the translation hub feature and also a virtual assistant option. These are significant investments made by the counties towards accessibility towards our government. Our IT team led the implementation with Lisa Collard and Daniel Eftemo. I'd also like to acknowledge Google, who's here with us today, and Amy Gerling.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning. Today I just want to do a quick update on the progress we made towards our objectives and key results for Dallas County for fiscal year 2023. Our focus was on achieving excellence in service delivery throughout the county operations. One of our key results, Key Result 27, was to complete the enterprise translation implementation for the county website by Q2. I'm happy to announce that we have successfully accomplished this milestone. We have implemented an enterprise translation solution known as the Enterprise Translation Hub for Dallas County employees. This enables us to provide a more inclusive and accessible experience for our diverse community. Visitors to our website can now request translation of documents needed across the county. Moving forward, our next Key Result 28, involved the completion of a virtual assistant pilot on the county website by Q3. This exciting initiative aims to further enhance the service delivery. By implementing a virtual assistant on our website, we provide our visitors with an interactive and efficient way to find the information they need. The virtual assistant will be a valuable resource helping to answer common questions. It helps with navigating the website and providing support for our constituents.
Well, you heard the lady from the refugee community this morning. So I guess I'd ask you, Mr. Bazan, is in fact this access in terms of the county website, does it cover all of those particular languages?
I mean, we're not solving the digital divide and those issues, Commissioner, here, but in terms of accessibility from the website and what our website can offer, I think that this is taking great strides forward too. I mean, you're getting to touch people in their preferred language, in hundreds of languages too, so there's a lot of opportunity here. Also, the utilization of AI in the virtual assistant, and you'll get to see that in just a second.
Moving on to what we accomplished, to begin, I'd like to highlight the project launch, where Dallas County took a significant step forward by establishing the first instance of the Google Cloud Platform. This laid the foundation for our subsequent endeavors and paved the way for our successful implementation of the Translation Hub and the website virtual assistant. Regarding the Translation Hub, I'm pleased to announce that the Enterprise Translation Hub Go Live was successfully executed on March 24th. Lisa Cola will add some additional statistics that we've collected so far, and we're looking forward to sharing this solution with the countywide in the coming weeks. Moving on to the website virtual assistant, the project team executed a rigorous user acceptance testing. This crucial phase ensured that the virtual assistant would meet the needs and expectations of our community members. By incorporating user feedback, we were able to create an interactive and efficient resource that will greatly assist visitors on finding the information they need. Lastly, I'm excited to inform that both the virtual assistant and Translation Hub have successfully transitioned to the go live stage. As of April 28th, the virtual assistant has been fully functional, seamlessly integrated into our county website, and the Translation Hub is prepared to take on the Dallas County users. These powerful tools will enable us to enhance our service delivery capabilities, improving user experiences, and providing valuable support to our community and members.
How's it working?
So far, I'll let you do that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's coming.
Yep, that's me, Lisa Colo, Information Technology. So in the first month, we've seen on the virtual assistant over 6,000 conversations have taken place. That works out to about 200 a day. So that's good usage. We're seeing on the Enterprise Translation Hub, so far Elections has used it to translate an interest form for potential poll workers. And we have 7 departments registered so far. We intend to increase that number going forward. We'd like to have a representative from every department that has access to use it. I also want to tell you the most popular topics so far are records, courts, and vehicle titles and registrations.
When you say records, you know, license, registration, weddings, birth certificates?
That encompasses quite a few things, marriage, divorce, a number of.
Okay, so all kinds of
Yeah.
records. Okay. 200 hits a day.
Yes, over 200 conversations a day, yes.
Wow, that is impressive. Glad we working together on this. Thank you, Mr. Martin, Mr. Bazan.
So what does that look like, though? Let's put it in perspective. 200 a day, is that what?
It's a rather small percentage
Yeah.
of the hits that we get on the website so far. We
Okay.
are about to add a banner on the front page of the website that will help those of our constituents that are less technologically savvy to understand that there is now a chatbot and there's an icon in the bottom right corner that they can click to bring that up. So I think that's going to increase.
You, Commissioner, and we really wanted to introduce this to the public. This is kind of had a soft opening over the past couple of weeks. As you know, this was presented for multiple months through Continuous Improvement Steering Committee. So we're at a point now where this is going to be marketed more to the public. We're going to be hearing a lot more about that, and we just wanted to share the progress to date with the court.
Excellent, Mr. Bazan. It is important. I mean, it's out there in a lot of organizations. I think Dallas County, especially because we have so many, you know, different services within one umbrella. You know, when you say records, we can go through 100 records, right?
Yes.
When you say, you know, different needs, hey, where do I live? Who's my commissioner? You know, what can I get from Dallas County? Do I go to Dallas County Health and Human Services? Do I go to the Elections Department? Do I go to the jail? I mean, there's so much that can be touched that I am so happy to hear that just on the soft opening, we have over 200 hits a day. You know, that is going to be something that we need to really get out into the community, Mr. Bazan. You know, be sure that we have it, and I know the city of Dallas has it already in some areas, so I used it the other day and I was very happily surprised. So I look forward to continue working with you through, you know, Mr. Bazan and the Continuous Improvement Committee. So let me know if I can help.
We do have a quick demo.
Great.
Yay!
Thank you.
So this one will be the Enterprise Translation Hub. The way the Dallas County Server Team set up, all the Dallas County employees will be able to utilize single sign-on opportunities. Then once they register their Google account, entering the Enterprise Translation Hub, Dallas County employees will be able to simply select a file that they'd like to translate. Once they select the document, it show up on the left side, and here they can start a new translation, and they can pick one of the 132 different languages. So we can go ahead and pick a Spanish, start, translate, and then it'll translate the document immediately. From here, they can download the document to their desktop, email the document, send it back out to constituents. And if it was a form, if it was a Dallas County form, it'll actually maintain the actual formatting of the form, something for the commissioners' newsletters that we'll be able to utilize as well. When talking about the Dallas County Virtual Assistant, so right now we talked about traffic's a little bit low. It's because right now we don't have a banner up identifying it's there, but once you come down here, you can simply ask it a question, who's my county commissioner? Last time I believe the commissioners, where it was a question about if we could, county commissioners. It'll have come up, what? AI. It might be me spelling it wrong. Let's see, let's look at that. It's a good thing we have Google here. say Dallas County newsletters. So here we'll show the Dallas County Commissioners, and it will take them right to their corresponding pages for their community updates and newsletters as well. What I wanted to show was that in the chat, we had set it up. That's not working. Oh, there it is. So it must have been my mistake for spelling it wrong. So here, when you search for the Dallas County Commissioners, it'll show each of one of the commissioners' pages. And when you go to find your commissioner, something else that came up in a conversation was, did constituents, did they know who their commissioner was? So hopefully when they use the chat bot, the virtual assistant, they can come into here, search, and actually see who their commissioner is without searching too much through the website. So as the AI begins to get used more and more, and as you saw, I input the word, I incorrectly spelled commissioner, the AI will eventually pick up on that, and based on my clicks, feed off of that and feed us to the proper pages. So it took me a few tries to spell commissioner correctly, but had they spelled it correctly the first time, it will take us to those quick links so we can see who our
It spells C-M-I-S-N-R.
Well, but I mean, the interesting thing is that if you misspell it, eventually we'll pick it up and spell it for you.
Right.
So that is, hey,
Yeah,
that's
we need
good.
all the help we can get sometimes.
True. It's true. Part of the user testing is we worked through misspellings to try to include those
Now,
in the searches.
Let me ask you, this is a great map, right? But, you know, if I live in Dallas and I'm looking, okay, I say Highland Park and then Cochrane Hill, do I need to put my address to know exactly if I live in Commissioner Price or Commissioner Garcia?
You
if
can.
I'm close to the lines?
Yeah, you can plug in your
It will
address
ask you
to those.
that, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay,
I
sounds
used this
good.
extensively yesterday, in fact, to do our community gardens.
Yeah.
Because you asked
Which-
the question, where are
uh-huh.
they located? Well,
Where
I
are they
now know.
located? Exactly.
Using these
I
tool.
wanted to know which district they were and how many, right? So, okay, good.
We have to work on that too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have already 3 identified, but they cannot be private. We have a lot of privates.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you.
What was the most, I would like to know what is the most, obviously records is gonna be the number 1, but what is the most common question for the Commissioner's Court?
I will have to get back to you with that information.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Bazan, thank you, Mr. Martin. Hey, we're moving in so many fronts with technology. I know some of them have been very, very challenging, but this one is moving smoothly. Thank you.
All right, and we've got Jeff Tillotson here, and my staff's informed me that news from HEB has gone out. So HEB is building a Joe V's at 67 in Wheatland, and another one. Well, actually, they're taking over the Albertsons that was there at 67 in Wheatland, and they're building a new one at Samuel and Buckner. And if anybody's never been to a Joe V's, you need to check out Joe V's. It's like a gigantic Aldi with a on-site butcher and seafood section and all these things. So twice as many discount SKUs as a regular store, but the same fresh meat you get like at HEB in Waxahachie or HEB.
But they're not in certain communities, Judge. I understand. You know, I hear that. Same way with Aldi's. I mean, hell, we know where Aldi's. We know what that means in terms. When we look up stores, we know exactly what the community is, incomes, etc. So Joe V's one of those communities. Appreciate it's coming, but it's not a. And I understand the margins in the food business, 3%, etc. And we're not going to get an HEB. That's the number one question we get in all of our community outreach. We're not going to get it.
well, my district isn't either, so I'm very pleased that one of those is going to be in my district.
And I stock up on my fajita meat and several other things whenever I'm in Waxahachie, because that's where the nearest HEB is. Nothing against all the other great grocery stores. That
Yeah, no, you just said it.
All right. So if you'll come forward, we actually voted unanimously on this, but let me read this and let's celebrate you and get a picture if we could. And the resolution reads as follows. This is, of course, a resolution, in grateful appreciation for the service of Jeff Tillotson on the Parkland Board. And whereas Jeff Tillotson, JD, was appointed to the Parkland Health Board of Managers in May 2016 as the appointment of Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins and the Dallas County Commissioners Court. And whereas during his time on the Board of Managers, Jeff served as Secretary of the Board and as a member of the Audit Committee, Governance, Compliance, and Ethics Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, Bylaws Committee, and Talent Development and Executive Compensation Committee. And whereas Jeff served on the board during the opening of the Moody Press Center, an opportunity to expand access to care for the women in Dallas County. He also served during the rebranding of Parkland Health, fundamentally recognizing the holistic approach to healthcare and the importance of cohesion of primary and acute care. And whereas Jeff served on the board during the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, providing not only the normal service to the board, but also the extraordinary additional moral support to executives and frontline staff. And whereas during his nearly 7 years of service, Jeff brought legal and business acumen to the board and a compassion for the community, in which he has served through many business, political, and community efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby salute and honor Jeff Tillotson for his service to Dallas County and the Parkland Board of Managers and wishes him the best in his next endeavors. And as I said, we've already moved it and passed it unanimously.
Thank you very much.
And I know you're gonna be surprised that I voted for it, but let me just say,
Because I voted twice.
that tomorrow is the dragging death of James Byrd. And like everything else, everybody's forgotten. And I know you.
I recognize the back of the truck.
Yeah. And so one of the things, there was a guy named William Faulkner in 1949, Nobel Peace Prize winner, said that the past is never dead. It's not even past. And the one thing that I'm gonna always hold against you, and even the majority of that Parkland board, is that whole monkey mug grunt, because it's interesting when the James Byrd piece happened, when they dragged him, a lot came out still from language that happened. Mr. Byrd, for those who don't know history, was 49 years of age. He was just trying to get a ride home. And these three avowed racists took him and dragged him to his death. Tomorrow is that anniversary. And so I'm going to say that I won't hold you totally responsible for it, but you and I have had plenty of conversations about it. And I appreciate all of your service and your efforts on that board. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to serve at Parkland. It's really been one of the highlights of my professional and personal life. I'm extremely proud of the organization it's become. And I will just leave you with this. In part, in inspiration from Commissioner Price, I was directly involved in the project to ensure that the underrepresented communities were receiving the adequate preventative health care so that we would get to them, reduce mortality rates, illness rates, obesity, diabetes. That work is by no means done, but it continues, and I'll remain forever active and appreciative to this court for allowing me that opportunity. And I do want to point out for the record, your cameras add 10 pounds in my view.
You look great.
So you might want to adjust those going forward.
No, believe me, it's on purpose.
But thank you again for the opportunity. I appreciate the resolution. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for.
Jeff, get up here and get a picture.
We'll love a picture with you if you want to be with us.
I'll get you, Jenny, to hold the camera real high.
Right.
Yeah. And Mr. Bazan, let's look in some of those filters. Gosh, now I'm thinking that we probably look bigger too.
Jenny will use the slimming filter.
There's something like that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's called unexercised.
Thank you. So good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Oh.
Well, time to look into those filters.
All right. And this takes us to our consent agenda.
No, that,
No, it doesn't.
No, we got to.
What'd I miss?
We're at, yeah, you're at the consent, Judge. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
All right, and
Move as
was there a
presented.
motion to remove anything or just vote it all out at once?
Voted all out. There's nothing
Move
to
as
be removed.
presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
The award.
Next, we have a bid, or more than one of them. No, just one bid.
Just one
The
bid.
bid. Is there a motion on the bid?
So move.
Second.
But Judge, Mr. Crawford, I done gone through this deal, and I got issues. We didn't spend a lot of money, I get it. We only spent about $3 million. Where's Mr.? Okay.
Here he
We
comes.
spent about $3 million. But in a county with 64% people of color, white men took over 84%. And again, here we are again with those IDIQs, jock contract. So you want to take us to why we didn't seem to get any more, seemed like participation? Because when I looked at minority participation, it was abysmal.
This is the window cleaner.
Actually,
Oh no, you're just talking about the window cleaning contract. But what we got is that
From
yeah.
the whole report.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
talking from the
okay.
full report. But I actually thought that it looked better, Mr. Crawford. Can you please
Sure.
explain it?
Yes, so when we look at this particular snapshot in time for these
Yes.
particular awards, the actual prime awards were, and that includes both non-certified and certified SBE primes, was around 3.3 million. Now, when we break down how much of that was awarded to actually certified primes, that number, to Commissioner Price's points, is not, I mean, it's very low for this particular one with direct and subcontracting. But when I look at the MWBE piece, which is what he referred to, they were actually non-certified, so we can't count those towards our program. But we actually had 15% and 20% with
Correct.
with minority
Participation.
women-owned businesses. So again, for this particular court, you know, the awards, again, the SB portion was not that great.
So I have a question too, because
this is
it's
the good part.
certified, non-certified in that business, and that we've gone through a historical progression to how we are here today.
Yes.
And as I understand it, the pathway to being the certified vendor, it can be difficult.
It can be, but in the case of, there's one company in particular I'll bring to your attention. Let me find it. Hang on a second. It's with the Jock contract, Weldon Contractors. They're not certified as an SBE, but I have had conversations with them, and I looked at their revenue. So they were not eligible, but that's a good news story. They've grown to the point where they're not considered a small business from the eligibility standpoint. Okay. So that one was around $661,000 that we could have contributed to the program. So it goes back and forth.
Are we ever going to get to the point where we will not be using SBE as a substitute
That's the goal.
for small business?
That is the
goal.
will of the court, and that's why it's important that we go through this whole data cleansing and cleanup effort, which, as you know, is part of the Oracle transformation as we have right now. So yes, that is the end goal. Is
So
a short answer
someday
for you.
we'll make it.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I mean, I want to thank you, Mr. Crawford. I mean, when I saw it, two things jump out of me. Okay, that we still have to continue to ask some of our primes to get certified. But overall, I mean, and like I said, this is a snapshot.
Yes.
Probably, you know, as a core, we want more minority participation, right?
That's right.
But I have never seen the amount of participation, minority participation, that we see in a snapshot in other ones. 21%. Sadly, we cannot count it towards numbers. But hey, 21%, guys, we're one-third of the way.
Yes.
So thank you, Mr. Crawford. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I will assure the court, I'll say this in closing. My team is working every day. We call these suppliers. We have contact with them to see if they're eligible
and explore and explain the benefits of that certification. So it's not for lack of effort. We also work with the certification agencies, who, as you know, the court just sent out letters to them recognizing their support for us and certifying those SBs. So it's a concerted effort, and we're making progress every day.
But you missed my point. My point is that in this county, we still did 84% of it basically still went to white men.
Commissioner, I would have to defer to my peers in the facilities and the public works organizations, because again, when we look at jocks and when we look at the assignment of those work orders, that is outside of my scope. So I would have to look at, defer to my peers as far as why they selected those particular vendors. And I imagine it's based on performance. It's based on us getting the product.
It's based on familiarity. That's the reason you have, IDIQ, you have the jocks, but you continue to choose the same people.
But I'm not choosing them.
Well, I understand, but I'm putting it on the record.
Okay.
It's the same people. And that's the reason I'm going to continue to say 84% went to white males in a county with 66% people of color.
Well, what I'm doing to counter, to support and enhance that particular approach that you've identified is ensure that there's certified and qualified SBE suppliers and subcontractors who can help them meet those goals and objectives, which is part of our program.
And they're there.
But they have to be ready, willing, and able to do business with us. And we cannot force them to come. And Commissioner,
don't start that.
Commissioner, we've been through this so many times.
Did you just hear him say they are selecting them?
Well, he doesn't select them. It goes
No,
through a process.
He said he did thirds.
Well, and
the
again,
people who are selecting them.
we have come, and I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, please. And you and I have had this conversation many times. But the fact is, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's a joint effort. And while it's still not there, the reality is that we need to do a better job, bring them in, and wanted them to be part of Dallas County and make business with Dallas County.
If I may, Dr. Elba, I would also say that we're driving an inclusive culture here. So Commissioner Price, our work is not done. So that effort is a concerted effort, not only with the SBE office, but also with our departments, with purchasing, and we're all working closely to ensure that we get that inclusivity throughout our supply chain. So we're
in
making
this
progress.
particular snapshot, I am glad to see that, hey, we started with less than 5-6%. We have a 21, it's still low, but...
Yeah, 2 people in the whole damn department.
Again, Commissioner, and Mr. Crawford rightly say the snapshots, and I know Mr. Frosch agrees with me, no changes. Some days it's going to be more, some days it's going to be less.
No, it's chicken and feathers all the time.
You are right. It's the chicken.
And we know who's getting the chicken.
Yeah. And it's going to be hard, yes.
And we know who's getting chicken.
The good news is that, hey, at least we're doing something about it. For 30 years, we had it all day. So, thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. 84% of white men got the majority of the contract, period.
All right, the matter before us is the window washing bid. It's been a motion.
I thought you had a motion on a second.
We do.
Yeah.
So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This takes us to the court orders. The things we were just discussing are evidenced with Mr. Crawford, were evidenced in our court orders. Let me tell you the ones that aren't pulled. Okay, there's court orders M1 through 42 and addendums 43 through 52, pulling 30 for a separate vote, pulling 10 until after closed session, pulling 14 off the agenda, and pulling 49 for 2 weeks. Did I get that right? All right.
I have another one, though, if we could pull item number 7 for 2 weeks, please.
All right.
You're pulling item 7
Yes, please.
for 2 weeks? Okay.
Yes, Judge Riley is out on vacation right now, and she would like to have her input and commitment, thoughts on this, if that's all right.
Okay.
We also need to pull number 7 to read some language into the contract.
Number which one?
Number 11.
Number 11.
okay.
Hold on just a second.
Okay, so what is, in the end,
We
we are pulling number
moved-
10, number 11, number 7 for 2 weeks, number 49 for 2 weeks, and number 30.
Yes. And then I have a comment on number 5, but not for separate vote, just a comment.
So
Okay.
let me read those back again, make sure we got them all, whether they're being pulled for 2 weeks or forever or whatever. I'm just gonna read the pulls. The pulls are 7, 11,
10 and 11. Okay.
30, 14, and 49.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
All
So,
right, I'll take a motion on the non-pulled court orders then.
So moved.
Second.
Got a comment on, first of all, I want to thank Southwest Institute of, number 18, Southwest Institute of Forensic Science, proposed fee schedule, Dr. Watkins. I think that I think that's appropriate. I did talk to Dr. Bernard on yesterday, and I do want to continue to commend them in light of what's happening with one of our peer counties and their workload, and I think the fees are sufficient and cover that. 19, I said something earlier, Dr. Wong, I need to know how many inspectors with regards to number 19 we have with regards to this whole voucher. I know we got the voucher plan. I want to know what that department looks like in total. Okay.
Yeah, we can get you those numbers. I do know, they're continuing to interview for some of the positions. They have some of the interviews scheduled.
But they got a lot of them vacant. I just want to know how many
Sure.
they have in terms of inspection. You know, how many are we? I looked at the numbers. I looked at the bedrooms. I looked at, the number of bedrooms that are available in terms of utilization. But I want to know how many inspectors we have, because the court needs to understand that these particular housing vouchers call for inspections, and oftentimes, I just want to make sure we got enough inspection core to be able to deal with. So I'd like to know what that is. And of course, I guess Commissioner will talk about 5. I'll leave that alone.
well, and I have a few items I want to make comments to. The first one is that agenda item number 24, as we celebrate Pride Month, the Memorandum of Understanding with the HIV Epidemic Project with Dallas County Health and Human Services. Thank you, Dr. Huang. We talk about mobility of our seniors and our population, and this includes several of those programs with Phoenix, Parkland, Prisma Health, and the Texan Latino Pride. So I think that is a great agreement of understanding, and it comes from Dallas County Health and Human Services. The other one is with IT, agenda item number 33, web accessibility for ADA. So it's something that sometimes we do not think too much about when we think about web accessibility, but this item definitely is a purchase for Access B that allowed our website to meet American with Disability standards. And I think that is something that is important. We also have the agenda item number 47 with SWIFTs, which is the DNA backlog. We talk about justice being served all the time. And this is one item that I want to thank everyone and Dr. Bernard for continue to look for the money and the grants for us to look at all that DNA backlog that sometimes are cases for women and for rape and for justice in general. So I was very, very happy to see that. Of course, agenda item number 52, the pilot program to assist the shuttle to our courts. We've seen those lines, we've seen those backlogs, we've seen those jurors, we've seen those attorneys, and at some point, all of them together, we're here within an hour because they can get to the place in the court where they really want to go. So, Mr. Bazan, administration, thank you so much for this item. It's a pilot. It's completely free. You know, I want to put that because I know we hear about the complaints, and rightly so, about how much it costs to park around here in downtown, and how confusing it is to park around here in downtown, and how expensive it is to park around here in downtown. So we will look when, Mr. Martin, about the results of the pilot.
This is Dr. Watkins' brainchild, so
I know.
and I'm real grateful she brought this up, because one of the issues we've been having, as you guys know, all of our parking garages are just stretched. There's no parking. So when we have employees that need to go from one location to another, they either can't go, or when they go, they get back and they have no parking for their vehicles. So they're sort of kept and trapped inside of their locations for the entire day and unable to move around. So Dr. Watkins and her team actually came up with this, did a shuttle with HHS buses, and sort of did a loop around Frank Crowley, Records Building, George Allen, what's the other parking garage, the Sixth Floor Museum, and did a loop around that area. So we're gonna pilot this for how long, Doctor?
It's June, July, and August.
So we're going to try the 3 months, because what was happening is we're trying to work with Mr. Frost and his team on purchasing a vehicle. We know that that's a long time out as far as getting a vehicle, so we're going to look at leasing it and focus on June, July, August, and September, and work with communication with the departments and the interns, because we have a lot of interns already starting.
Yes.
So we wanted to go ahead and do a pilot program for the following summer months and contact our office, and we're going to coordinate with HHS. They've been very helpful, because they've been doing this, and Mr. Edwards have been very helpful
With the new ADA vans that we got. Yeah.
And so we're hoping to be able to get 2 leased vehicles to pilot for these summer months, July, August, and September, and come back with some metrics for FY 2024 for the year.
Well, Dr. Watkins, thank you so much. I mean, I think thinking out of the box is something that we need a lot around here, and this is $125,000 that I think are well spent, not only because we want people to get where they're going without the frustration of the parking and the cost, but we also we have new interns all over Dallas County, and I know for all of them it's hard to spend money, and you know, and last but not least, our environment is already very polluted right here in downtown. So with that being said, thank you so much. I will be very, very glad to vote for this. And last but not least, in our miscellaneous, we have the pretrial release annual 2022 annual report. Mr. Steele, we talk about working and the caseload that our, personnel has in the pretrial department, and I know that I hear at CJAB, and Commissioner Daniels is with me there, so she has heard that the load of cases that they have with alcohol monitoring and all the different services that they have in pretrial, that is enormous. So I know.
Whoa, stop. What are you saying? Do you have a lot of cases of what?
The alcohol monitoring cases.
What kind of cases?
Alcohol monitoring.
Okay, alcohol monitoring. Okay.
You know that they have 1,600 cases with 270 cases per employee. Right. Yeah, so that's 70 more than what they should have. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And the report is right here in the agenda.
I saw it.
You know, for everybody to see.
I talked to Mr. Steele. But my point is that they. Okay, I get it, but what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that it's a very good report to read, and that I wouldn't be surprised that they will ask probably for additional staff. Looking at the numbers that are coming, I don't know that. I'm sure they will bring it forward, but I mean, I just want to thank Mr. Steele, Mr. Segura, and the pretrial services for this very comprehensive, sometimes we hear bits and pieces, and I can see sometimes for public people that are listening to us, they can, not have the right idea of what the department does. And when you look at this report, it's an excellent report.
But they're not having any, my point is with that, they're not having any issue. They're not they're not seeing revocations. They're not seeing people not being, for the most part, compliant. So that's the reason I'm trying to get the tenor of where you're trying to go.
Well, I mean, like I said, I just see the report. I see what they're doing. It's an excellent report, and I see some of the challenges. I'm not going to speak for any of the members of the department. So my point for today's agenda, and to put it in the record, is that it's in the agenda and everybody can look into it. And those are my comments. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, colleagues.
If I can, on item number 4, I just want to say thanks to Mr. Razan for his hard work on this area. We just talked about how the importance of having housing for homelessness, and this
Number 5.
No, I have number 5. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you said 4. but
I apologize.
That's
Thank
okay.
you, Thank you. And I think that this will be essential to add to the inventory of available homes to the community, and we're partnering with Catholic Charities, which couldn't ask for a better group. Thank you.
That's correct. Thank you, Commissioner.
And Judge, with regards to where it says Treasury in that area, I just want to thank. He's been inundated lately. The auditor, the child support checks were in the mail. It says payroll, but it's and monthly report. Child support checks are in the mail. It's interesting because the pile-on has been a number of people have not entered their banker information system into our system, their electronic banking information. And as a result, they're saying, hey, where is my check? And that includes the state of Texas. He's not saying this, I'm saying they didn't do it. And he had to print hard checks on child support and mail them. I know he's in conversation right now with the comptroller, but I want to thank him because people have been calling, complaining about their child support checks. Has nothing to do with the fact that the information wasn't there. And so I wanted to thank you for dropping those checks, hard checks in the mail. And hopefully we'll get their electronic banking information submitted so that you can get those checks. Thank you.
Okay. And the banking information, is this something new that they had to re-enter after Oracle Fusion, or just consistent problem?
Yes, it's with the new system, every vendor has to re-enroll and key in their banking information. And they need to key it in because we don't want staff to have rights to that information. So they have to key it in. So vendors have received the information. I'm trying to work.
When you say vendor, does that like include, mama is needing child support? She's got to rekey it?
No.
Okay.
No, it is the state where the check goes to.
Gotcha.
And we're having a little trouble talking to somebody at the state to key that information in for us. I'm working through the comptroller's office now to see if they could get us to the right person.
Great.
But we will start this payroll, we will overnight the check too.
With the correct dates, so we won't have any
Yes.
issues.
Correct dates. Anyway.
Of course.
I just wanted to, while everybody's doing pile on, and while they're calling the office and I'm calling you, I wanted to be very clear as to what is happening with the child support payment checks, and that you have dropped them in the mail doing this payroll piece. And it's not your fault. They haven't sent the electronic information. That's all I wanted to clear for the record while there's pile on.
I don't mean to be piling on. I have a question, okay? And the question comes this. There's a question that was presented to me about union dues being taken out of certain checks. Do you know anything about that, and can you address that at all?
Yes, same instance.
Okay, that we have to get to them, the union has to get to you the right information? Is that
They need to key in the information, and I'm working with them right now to do that. They had not gone in as a vendor. They didn't key in their banking information because they normally get it electronically. So the dues have been collected and they have been mailed in a check.
I see.
Okay, but they need to get their information in, so when we do the next batch, they will get it electronic.
So they, being the union, needs to get with you on the banking information, is that correct?
Yes, with the AP section, they can walk them through it.
Thank you.
Piece.
I think that's all.
All right, that's all the comments? All those in favor of these court orders signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up is court order number 11. We need to read some things in the record. Barbara, or somebody want to move 11? Or I guess we need to read it first. Read whatever you want, Barbara.
Turn your mic on, Ms. Nichols.
On number 11, the contract that is attached on page 1 of the contract, paragraph 2, the paralegal rate was not included. That should be $250. And on page 6 of the contract, paragraph 34, the indemnification language, after the sentence ending in agreement and a performance hereof, this language will be added, provided, however, that this indemnification provision shall not include any losses, penalties, damages, settlements, costs, charges, professional fees, or other expense or liabilities, collective losses, defined as collective losses arising out of or due to any negligent act or omission of the firm, its employees, agents, or subcontractors in connection with or arising directly or indirectly out of this agreement or the performance hereof, to the extent that coverage of such loss under the firm's insurance would be negated, impaired, or limited if such losses were also recoverable under this indemnification provision.
That language, Judge, and happens to be in my district, I'll move it.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Right. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that takes us to, let's see, that may take us through all those. I don't think there's any. Oh, wait, no, there's one that needs a separate vote. Next up is court order number 30.
30 is the, I'll move it. It's an exception. I'll move it.
I second.
Got a motion and a second. Any unreadiness?
It's an exception, that's it.
I know. All those in favor, let it be so by the use sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed,
No.
let the record reflect by 3 to 1. It passes.
And that the judge was not present.
Judge was not present, yes. Okay, okay.
14, did we already pass 14?
Yeah, I believe 14 was pulled off the agenda.
Yes, pulled off. I had a ton of things to talk about, talking about Dave, but since it's pulled off the agenda, I guess that means we get a chance to talk about it, because I was gonna talk about everything from budget on back, but if it's off the agenda.
So 14 is going to executive session or?
No,
it's
14,
pulled.
they pulled it.
Okay,
They
pull
pulled
okay.
it off.
Oh, pull it off, okay.
Yeah, they pulled it off, and according to the email.
Yes, no, I remember that.
Right,
Thank you.
okay.
Got it.
So this takes us, that is all of our court orders, and we've got some, we've got some public speakers.
Well, Judge, before you get to I do want to talk about that one where we had, that conference for 3 members of staff.
Tell me a little bit more.
Well, it's the conference where we're talking about 3 staff members are going, I guess this is IT.
Oh, going to the conference.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to figure out why we going to a conference as opposed to talking about a different kind of strategy there.
So you're talking about something that's on miscellaneous and
Right.
information regarding
Right.
that conference.
Right.
So can somebody answer that?
Yeah, why?
Question?
And I'll just really pull it down until somebody explained to me.
Well, when's the conference, or have they already gone?
No,
Do you know what he's talking about? Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
she got it.
Commissioners, I pull it up. Could you
which conference were you referring to? We've
Well,
been
it's the
traveling
one,
quite a
it's the
bit.
one where you're doing the tool for project tracking instead of what I call, delivery.
On the Smartsheet Engage, we did transfer over from PWA to Smartsheet, so this is a key project management tool, so we want to
Okay.
kind of interface with, those that are leveraging the tool to make sure we're gaining the most efficiencies and effectiveness
So
of it.
why are we now framing a strategy for project delivery as opposed to going to a conference?
So we do, and we've already started to implement some of that solution, so we should be ready to demonstrate that, not in this ITGC, but the following ITGC. So we do have a strategy, and we can set up time with our project management team to walk you through those steps.
Okay, but I'm still having difficulty about the conference versus the strategy. We ought to see the strategy, and then, to me, it's cart before the horse.
So we do, it's called Project Yes, and I think even Dr. Daniel got to see a little bit of that too. So we'll make sure to encourage you to attend ITGC, not for this one, but next one, you'll see kind of the strategy and the setup and how that's set up. Everything from project intake to project closure, and also everything that's inclusive of it, to include a work breakdown structure and all the key components you would need to manage projects.
Okay, but my concern still is the conference versus us seeing the strategy.
So the conference is meant to continue to learn and explore and leverage that tool, since it's pretty new to the organization. In the same way we sent folks to our Tyler conference with the recent launch of the different management systems.
Don't bring up the Tyler conference, please. You're talking about a cluster. I don't want to talk about the conference. I want to talk about this one right now. I'm just basically saying, to the court, I think it's cart before the horse. I don't support it, and if y'all do, you do. I don't. I think it needs to be talking about project delivery as opposed to a daggum conference.
So we have, and we've started a model. So if you look at our project accuracy, we went from 20-something to over 80% now. So these processes and tools and procedures and migrating to this new solution would give us that holistic view across our project portfolio. Again, I go back to, we can demonstrate that new tool, and you can see its agility and what it brings and provides. Way more than what we've ever had before in the organization.
My position's on the record, Judge. I made my position.
And since it's on miscellaneous and info, I don't think there's a vote needed.
No vote's not needed, but I was basically saying, pull it because I don't think it's a strategy.
So do you want me to pull it for
Yes,
2 weeks?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and put it on the next agenda?
Wait a minute, would that affect anything?
We might not be able to make those travel dates.
Oh, well, I mean, Commissioner, I get what you're saying, but I do believe that in order for them to have the best plan and the best way of implementation,
Training is
being
critical.
part of the training is very important. I couldn't have a lot of the tools that I have at my business if my staff was not trained on it. How am I going to put a business plan that is going to be effective if they don't know how to use it? And this is part of what we need to be very aware.
But this is about a
For Oracle,
strategy.
Hold on,
had to-
Commissioner.
Same thing for Oracle. We send our staff to Oracle training, Oracle conferences, as they're working through some of that implementation, so it wouldn't be out of the usual.
Commissioner Scott, this is miscellaneous briefing.
Yeah.
That's the notice that was given to the public, miscellaneous briefing.
Right.
It really doesn't give any indication of the details of what will be discussed in regard, and we're getting into details now in regard to.
Well, but the problem is miscellaneous briefing. At what point in time do you get a chance to brief?
It's on there. I mean,
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to brief it as to why, I think that we need to be dealing with project delivery as opposed to a conference. I mean, you just can't put something on and say it's on a conference and then say, well, you can't discuss it.
The conference is not until September.
Yeah.
And we've got 2 weeks. You will be meeting on the 21st. My recommendation, if you can provide the commissioners that information between now and the next meeting, we'll have it back on in 2 weeks. I mean, conference is not until September 2023.
Ms. Kraft, do you think that this will affect your ability to attend the conference if we pull it for 2 weeks?
There's always a risk, but we can always wait if that's the will of the
I
court.
don't see much of a risk for September, do you?
Yeah, I mean, for anyone that is traveling right now, I hate to give you bad news, is packed out there.
So for instance, as part of a NACO conference, you have to do that a couple
I
months
see.
ahead.
Well, but if you were to make hotel reservations and all those things, those are refundable. So you could, this far out, I mean, I don't know, you tell us, but what I'm thinking is we always want to try to allow court members to get their questions answered.
Yeah.
If there's an emergency and it's the will of the court to do something, then sometimes we'll have to not allow that pull, override that pull.
I wouldn't say it's an emergency,
Okay.
if that answers
All
your
right.
question.
You said what?
It's not an
Not
emergency.
an emergency.
Yeah.
July, August, September.
Okay.
3 months.
All right.
So you could, book a hotel that's refundable, do all that, let them know you're gonna be in all likelihood coming, and then in 2 weeks, it'll go through.
Agreed.
Okay, great, so that
Well,
takes.
not just
Get
go
something
through,
else.
Judge, we're gonna see a strategy for project delivery.
Yeah, I didn't mean anything underhanded by that.
Okay.
Okay, so, that takes us to our public or maybe underhanded wasn't the right word, but
Okay.
I didn't mean anything bad.
No,
All right, so, will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speakers?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Dolores Phillips, thank you for allowing me to speak. You do have my address, the correct address on the speakers list. Judge Jenkins, I was told that you're the highest ranking Dallas County official. I wanted to remind you that I'm reminded by people that look like you that had I been white, I'd have been granted due process by now. I've even been told by a few gay people if I were gay filing a complaint being gay, I would have been granted due process by now. You saw these envelopes. This is duplicates of what walked out of the 101st Court. Honorable Williams, I've heard a couple of people talk about judges being biased. Contained in the envelopes, sealed envelopes, exhibits in the custody of the courts was FBI files, DPD 911 calls, body cam, video, medical images on CDs, and medical reports. I want to share some with you, Honorable Jenkins, because my grandfather had a friend look just like you. They couldn't even enjoy their friendship because of dumb racism that still exists to this day in hate. I hear people, Crenshaw, Hopkins, Mr. Robert Ceccarelli, talking about injustices of poor people. When I shared with you that I was 11 and 12 driving in your backyard, in your neck of the woods, that was true. My sister was like 4 or 5. We had like a 77, 78 Monza. When it was a food desert over there, and it still is, I was driving to the store for the elder and others who couldn't even catch the bus to the store. In 82, 83, I'm a student at Sam Houston driving my uncle to work at U.S. Steel. He praying, saying, I hope they don't put a bomb in the car. They was fighting him. He couldn't drink coffee. I want to share something with you. When I see grown black men cry, it don't feel good. It didn't feel good as a child. Please understand, I come before you with the truth. I ain't afraid to live and I'm not afraid to die. We all gotta go that route, Honorable Jenkins. But when Mr. Groden said that Dallas battled him for 20 plus years, he was talking about white people battled him. Honorable Williams should have recused herself, but she didn't. I want to share something with you, Honorable Jenkins. This is big. Now, I've been coming to you since 2012, 2013, and when this dropped, it ain't like nobody didn't know because this is happening under color of law. Now, let me share something with you, Honorable Jenkins, because
Dolores, I'm sorry.
you're a judge and you're a lawyer. We getting ready to talk about reparations because I can remember way back.
Sorry,
and we're going
Dolores,
to
but you're
start
out of
with
time.
West Dallas. Thank you. Have
You.
a good day.
You too. Our next speaker is Kaylin Payne. Is Kaylin Payne here? Kaylin Payne. Online, Kaylin Payne? No. Okay. Our next speaker is William Hopkins.
Yeah, my name is William Hopkins. Judge Jenkins, I seen on the news where the county wasn't paying their employees. The employees were working overtime and wasn't getting their checks. The county marshals, they make less than anybody in Texas. You can go on the website. The county pay less than any other county size in probably in the United States. Y'all pitiful. This county is pitiful. John got kicked off the juvenile board. I want to thank God. I want to thank God for that. He's done nothing. He run around hollering and screaming, and everybody's scared of him. All he done was he broke a lady windshield wiper.
Yeah, William.
What?
So,
Man? What?
William, we
What,
don't
man?
have
What, man?
profane,
What, man?
offensive
Come on,
remarks.
ain't nothing profane, man. What's profane? You always try to stop me. You stop me from coming down here 100-some days for saying something about the media. It wasn't nothing profane about the media, I said. You always doing it. Okay.
And we're not
okay.
allowed
White
personal
men.
remarks.
White men.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. All right. I hear you, man. I hear you. White men is 80% of the contractors. Ms. Garcia said, let's go on, let's keep it up. But I was down here 20 years ago, it was about the same. And then John turned around and give Ross Perot Jr. and the rest of them white people the rest of the contracts from the minority. The minority contractors wasn't getting no money. So John give all the money to Ross Perot Jr. and the rest of them white people. They took his phone, the FBI took his phone, his computer, and everything about that case. Now y'all hear 20 years later, 80% of the contractors is white men. Y'all haven't done nothing. Y'all pitiful. It's racist. Ms. Garcia just sitting there talking about let's get it on across the rest of the. If it's 80% white, the rest of the 20 or 30 or 40 or whatever is Hispanics. So she getting the Hispanics contracts. Nobody in here to say something about the black contractors. And John, the people in Sand Branch waiting on water. He done put a whites only water thing down there. He put a camera on it when it was across the street. He put a camera on the water fountain. People in Sand Branch ain't got no water, waiting 20, 30 years for water. He done fixed it up for the white people. People in West Dallas died. Him and Fred Byron and Bud had them people to come to West Dallas, come to the boys club, don't tell nobody, and get hundreds of thousands of dollars. Gave peoples in the housing authority money. Y'all appoint people to the housing authority board, and they got hundreds of thousands of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Kids, 22 hours in the juvenile, locked up 22 hours. No white kids getting locked up 22 hours. I need Ms. Garcia to find out how many white kids getting locked up for 22 hours in the juvenile. Since John's gone, and I want to thank the Lord for him leaving.
All right, our last speaker today is Ms. Sandra Crenshaw. Sorry, good afternoon. Nice to
Good afternoon. To the members of the Commissioners Court and the County Judge, this article that I'm wanting to read was printed in 2018 in the Texas Tribune. No holiday inspired more celebrations in the beginning, and none inspires more ambulance today. The first Juneteenth was a long-awaited day of Jubilee, the realization of the freedom that generations of slaves only dreamed of. More recently, Juneteenth has become an official state holiday, a holiday in a state that once sanctioned human bondage. But more and more, Texas blacks are divided. Divided over whether or not June the 19th is a day to celebrate or to ignore. The 19th of June was inspired by the biblical Exodus, where God said to the Hebrews, I want you to remember this day forever, the day that I set you free. And I want you to have a food festival. And that's the reason why the slaves were obedient to that. So I choose to celebrate it. The state of Texas today is hostile, with bans and bills on DEI and attacks on Black history, all in an effort to make sure that white children don't feel bad about slavery. But how do you think Black children felt all of these years? So I invite the Commissioners Court and all of Dallas County to a reception that is sponsored by the 19th of June Organizing Committee. And we are bringing Booker T. Washington's granddaughter to the Pittman Hotel. It's a very historic event, and also D. Bellum is also celebrating its 150th year with a Juneteenth music and craft festival on Sunday from 12 to 8. Each of you will receive an invitation to that celebration.
Ms. Crenshaw, I'm sorry, you're out of time.
Oh, is it?
Thank you. All right.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
invitation.
Thank you for the invitation. All right. Next, we will go to closed session to consider matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action as a result of that closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. Closed session, as has been the case for the last couple of months, will be held on the 6th floor in the ceremonial conference room, and we'll begin that momentarily.
All commissioners, all
Ready.
All right, the court is back in session after our closed session. The court is back in session after our closed session, and before us is court order number 10. Is there a motion on court order number 10?
Yes, move to approve for Ms. Richards. Sorry.
I'll run and grab.
I thought that was right.
Yeah, I just looked up and I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah, I think her name was Jennifer, but I'm not positive. Hey, is it special session been called, or?
It's technically going on right now, but they're not doing anything.
What do you mean technically?
Well, I'll send you that 36
Right.
hours after they call the special session. The Senate hasn't done anything with what the House sent.
So the Senate's in session,
So
But they can't unless they pass what the House did.
right?
the House sent the bill that does more to help businesses and people, right? Which is which? One of them has a bill that's better for homeowners, and one has a bill that's more broad for businesses.
House has the bill that's more broad.
Okay.
It is exactly what was on the special session proclamation that the governor issued. Senate has the homestead exemption. That is not on the governor's call.
Interesting.
But there will be another special session to discuss.
All right. Are we ready? All right, the court is back in session. Before us is item 10, court order 10 from today's agenda. Is there a motion and a name on court order 10?
Yes, I move to approve Ms. Richards as the lawyer.
Second.
All right, so there is a motion and a second on 10, putting in the name of Jennifer Richards as the lawyer. Any unreadiness? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. I should have mentioned that there's only 3 members for this session, myself, Commissioner Daniel and Commissioner Sommerman. The other 2 members went somewhere else after the closed session. Well, this concludes our business for today, and so the court stands adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.